Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Gwendolyn Virginia, Investment Director in BNB Chain. And before we kick off today, we have two messages from our Chief Scientist, as well as Kay, our Chief Ecosystem Pilot, before we start the show.
Hi, dear BNB fellows. This is V, Chief Scientist at BNB Chain. I've been leading research and architecture in BNB Chain's core dev team since the very inception of our protocol. It's been an incredible honor for me to lead the tech team for BNB Chain, helping to create one of the world's most innovative and robust blockchain architectures. We've just surpassed 3 billion transactions and without having any downtime. For such a nascent technology, in an industry where we hear about tech problems relatively frequently, this is a source of immense pride for the team. We know this technical reliability is fundamental for the developers in our ecosystem. It is the solid rock upon which they can build innovative dApps, easy-to-use tooling, and to take advantage of the immense liquidity provided by our broader ecosystem, which includes, of course, the world's biggest crypto exchange, Binance. We'll talk a lot about the tech roadmap at this summit, the first one since our rebranding of BSC to BNB Chain earlier this year. That's also why I thought it is about time for me to talk to you guys. This is not a small thing. Satoshi isn't the only one who is eager to keep a low, well, very low key. I'm also not very fond of the spotlight. I prefer to work in the background and let the quality of our implementation, the extremely solid architecture, and best-in-class research to speak on my behalf, and on behalf of the broader tech teams within the BNB ecosystem. I and the core team guys are proud of our work. Like what Wreck-It Ralph said, BNB Chain doesn't need a medal to say it does good for the blockchain community. I think BNB Chain technology and infrastructure have experienced many aspects that I'd like to tag as time machine. By time machine, I meant we are verifying facts ahead of other public blockchains. For example, we battle test the transaction volumes that no other chain has seen before. BNB Chain is the first chain experiencing 2 million daily active users, and it has twice the transactions that Ethereum has now already. We have improved in many ways to allow BNB Chain to have a large block size so that we can achieve higher throughput. Ethereum block size is 30 million now, Polygon is 30 million now, and BNB Chain is 125 million in Q2 and will go to 200 million in Q3. We also bring several infrastructure providers with us to allow for massive user adoption. Etherscan team has seen many more visiting users, much more and much faster blockchain data produced to index on BSC Scan. The Graph and Dune Analytics are leveling up themselves to handle these too. I'd love to thank a few teams in the community, such as NodeReal, Anchor, and Zacray, for working on the BNB Smart Chain, the new development we'll talk a lot about today. BNB application sidechains, and zero knowledge-based rollups, which they and several others have been working together with the core team as well. By the way, we are hiring. The team is still not as large as it should be, so if you are interested, please do apply. There are plenty of roles open. Go to bnbchain.world and then jobs at the footer. But it's not all roses. I'd like to share with you the points we haven't done as well. It's important to have this transparency with the community so you can also help us improve. I believe we did a very poor job on developer education and relationship management. It has caused a lot of misunderstandings about BNB Chain and its ecosystem. I would like to clarify it a bit today. A key point to highlight, not purely on technology, but related to technology, is how to protect users from hacks and rug pulls. Other chains may be different, but BNB Chain is doing things the entire industry would like to achieve, which is to attract the highest number of new crypto users while still offering a low barrier for developers to create things on it. The result of this is that while 99.9% of the developers in the ecosystem are ethical and compliant, there will be a few bad guys, hackers, and scammers. Simply because it's easy to build on BNB, and we're a completely public chain. Anyone can build on BNB. At this moment, the core dev team is working with community partners on a new decentralized governance-driven mechanism and a series of security toolings to greatly reduce these security incidents and protect ordinary users. I believe this is part of the time machine tag as well. We're also going to work on a partners program, some highly vetted teams of developers and infrastructure companies. All of this aims to foster higher reliability and security for end users. In terms of the work in the upcoming months, firstly, we will do some housekeeping. We will finally open source the BNB Beacon Chain. There is a fun match engine in it, and you can check it if you are interested. Secondly, BNB Chain will become more decentralized. Both BNB Beacon Chain and BNB Smart Chain will double or triple the validator set this year. The Euler upgrade happens in a few weeks and will enable BNB Smart Chain to do that first. There will still be heavy lifting on capacity optimization. We will have a client version with parallel EVM built in. Our initial test showed at least 25% performance improvement. Application sidechains will be another area. This is the one I'd like to highlight a bit. The whole public blockchain faces a problem that has not been treated very seriously by the mainstream. It is the storage problem. It has been somewhat noticed by the Ethereum pioneers, but not widely addressed. Blockchain was invented as a decentralized ledger. As a ledger, it is best to save financial or other critical data. Now all chains are already challenged by the ever-increasing data size for the ledger and different smart contracts, let alone putting other non-financial related data on-chain. I don't believe it is practical to put, say, all the Twitter data onto any existing popular public blockchain. So we need application-dedicated infrastructure, not only to address computing power concerns, but also regarding the data storage concern. That is also one reason why BAS and ZKBAS are being developed now. Besides, they will also increase the transaction throughput. BAS, short for BNB Application Sidechain, is a framework, more like a starting point for anyone to build their own blockchain platform. ZKBAS is its next iteration, which will further enhance the balance between security and performance. Another dedicated initiative on the storage problem will start in the second half of the year as well. The core team looks forward to working with top experts in these areas together. Finally, I want to re-emphasize that we are hiring. I hope our marketing team works on a nice campaign to incentivize you to send your CV to us. Oh, I also expect the marketing guys to design an even cooler avatar for me next time. Anyways, nice seeing you guys and sharing some of my thoughts. Thank you. See you soon.
Hello, BNB builders. I'm Kay, and I'd like to highlight a super important message to you. Today marks the first day of a new era. The era where our digital lives belong to ourselves. The era where sustainability and decentralization go hand in hand. The era that will eventually bring the power of Web3 to billions of people across the planet. BNB Chain is an integral part of this new day. Innovation is a pillar for everything we'll do, and a core objective of our community. That's why one of our top priorities in 2022 is to work even harder together with you and our whole community to make sure that innovative projects thrive on BNB Chain by providing growth support and investment. What's more, we have a view to 10x our support to sustainability projects building on BNB Chain. You'll start to see my face, not really my face, my avatar, across the BNB social and community channels. My goal is to help the ecosystem scale and help BNB reach out to the innovators that want to build the next internet. We want to talk to you, the path breakers with wildly creative ideas, especially if you haven't yet found the channel to express it. You, the makers who want to build a tech-for-good application and need a fast, reliable, and cost-effective blockchain platform to build your solution. You, the dreamers who are also doers. Maybe you are working on bringing to life the next Google, the next Twitter, the next Facebook, or maybe just a cool game or metaverse. Probably nothing. Either way, we want to do it right, with cutting-edge Web3 technology and a long-term view. You are the innovators who we want on BNB Chain, and we will pull out all the stops to help you grow. You'll be joining forces with BNB's vibrant ecosystem of builders and the world's largest user base. It's the blockchain platform that has the highest amount of transactions on record, close to 3 billion, and 1,300 dApps. And there has never been a glitch, no downtime. What other blockchain platforms can say the same? So what are you waiting for? Get in touch with our team. We will support you through and through. Our mission is to bring the benefits of Web3 to the first billion people on this planet. We want to help you turn this dream into reality, with innovation, with sustainability, with a vision to build the dApps that will change the way we live our digital lives for the better over the next 5 to 10 years. I'm looking forward to continuing this conversation on our social channels. Follow our Twitter, chat with us on our Telegram and Discord. I'll be there as well. Let's keep building and together create a better future.
Thank you so much, V and K. Looking forward to seeing you around. As V said, maybe your avatar might evolve, change. Looking forward to that. So again, welcome everyone to BNB Chain Revelation Summit. The next few hours will be packed full of content. You'll hear a lot about some major BNB Chain roadmaps, updates, announcements, as well as celebrate our Revelation Hackathon winners with us. As you've heard from V and K, we've had 1,300 dApps built on BNB Chain, more than 3 billion transactions, all-time high of 2.27 million daily active wallet addresses, zero downtime. It's been amazing. We wouldn't have done this without you, the community. And the goal at BNB Chain is to really grow crypto its first billion users. So the first half of the summit will consist of us talking with leaders in the crypto space, leaders from the BNB Chain community, to talk about the exciting developments that the whole community has been working on, but also to look at what is the future of Web3. We'll look at all these in totality in the ecosystem. Second half, we'll dive into hackathon. With the end of the 50-day hackathon, the first global BNB Chain Revelation Hackathon. So super exciting for us. You will see some of the judges and sponsors, the lead track owners come on stage as well to talk with the winners of the 6 different tracks as to dive into the projects, demo, and to learn more about the innovations that are building across the categories. So that's it. Quick introduction. Take a drink, take beverage, morning beverage, evening beverage, whatever have you, and enjoy the ride. Without further ado, let's kick off the first panel, our vision and roadmap. So now let's get into vision and roadmap. Our panelists for today, we have CZ, CEO and co-founder of Binance, Sammy, business and ecosystem development, BNB Chain, Yuri, executive director of BNB Foundation, and lastly, Patrick, VP of marketing. Welcome everyone.
Hello,
say
guys.
hi. Awesome, right, your wave, thank you. So first, let's kind of kick it off with CZ. CZ, vision and roadmap. What is your vision for the future of blockchain?
Well, that's a pretty big one. So I think the future of blockchain, blockchain can do many different things. The first application we're focused on is financial applications, exchange, access to crypto, etc. And I think BNB Chain is way bigger than Binance.com, right? So BNB Chain is a community-driven project. I actually don't have a plan for it. They should not follow my plan. So that's the way that BNB Chain works. It has its own plan. So the community decides, and then we have a number of very strong developers in the ecosystem. So I think in the future, everybody will have to interact with blockchains all day long without knowing if they're using money, if they're using records, they're using notary services, anything that touches a public record. So so I think we're just at the beginning.
And how do you see then in this vision, right? You say we're at the beginning and talking about centralization and decentralization, because you are founder of Binance, you run Binance, and BNB Chain, as you said, is a community, is much larger than Binance. Like, how do you see the two working together?
I think, look, in a decentralized world, it does not prohibit a few centralized parties. Each person is a centralized party, right? So there will always be some type of centralization. If two people want to work together, that's centralization. If it's 4 people, if it's 8 people, if it's 16 people, that's all centralization. It's just the size of it. So you can have many different centralized parties working in a decentralized system. There's no conflict. You will always have them. Any team working together is a centralized team. Well, it's some type of centralization. Yeah, I think the two can coexist. If you have, ideally, if a centralized party in this ecosystem controls more than 51% of the nodes on the network, etc., that's not so good. But generally speaking, look, in a decentralized world, you should not have rules that forbids people working together.
Interestingly, you say CZ was centralized, each person is centralized, because sometimes I feel there's 2 opposing sides, right? 2 arguments in my head. So sometimes decentralized. So amazing. Thank you, CZ, for kicking us off. So I'd like to move to Sammy. So Sammy was at the beginning, the Genesis OG team of BNB Chain back in September 2020. Sammy, for you, what is the vision of blockchain?
That's an interesting question. So I think these crypto networks and blockchains give us, like, for the first time, this type of new architectures to kind of redefine a lot of legacy systems. So a lot of legacy systems have had kind of slow, gradual improvement. So if you look at like financial services, for example, a lot of the systems that are being used today have not really had any kind of very significant re-architectures on how they're built. So I think with the crypto networks that we're seeing today allows us to do this, and not only at like a technical architecture, but also at a business model level. Look at really how to re-architect not only within financial services, but a broad range of different types of domains and use cases in order to create this like more equitable, accessible systems that like our economies and societies are operating on.
And so you were at the beginning of BNB Chain. You've been in blockchain crypto space for many years, right? And so what role has BNB Chain played in this growing ecosystem?
That's a great question. So I think it's really for the BNB Chain community and the core contributors team, the focus has always been about driving crypto adoption. And we want to do that by focusing really on the infrastructure layer. So if we look at the infrastructure layer, when BNB first started and was first launched in September 2020, if we take a DeFi, for example, there was a lot of growth happening in DeFi at the time. It was the V1 DeFi summer when Compound launched the Comp token, and we started seeing this really rapid growth happening in DeFi across many different metrics like TVL, users, developers, so many other things, but everything was happening on the Ethereum mainnet at that time. And we also then saw that there was like recurring issues with very high transaction fees and network congestion, which became like a little bit antithesis to what the DeFi movement was really supposed to be about, because it was pricing out a lot of users. So I think BNB Chain aimed to provide an alternative here. It was another alternative infrastructure for developers to come and start experimenting and building and being accessible to much wider audience of users, regardless of their net on-chain asset values. So that was really the key idea, just providing more choice for developers in order to help grow crypto adoption. And what I'm going to talk about soon as well is our future roadmap also informs a lot about that. So we really want to think about, from an infrastructure layer, what's the type of infrastructure required for developers to build applications that's going to reach tens of millions, then hundreds of millions, and then eventually 1 billion users. That's the goal, and that's what the BNB Chain community is super focused on.
Awesome. And you mentioned a tech roadmap, which I want to go back to shortly, right? I want to bring the next person on. So Patrick, can you pronounce for us your very crypto sounding name? So for everyone here, when Patrick first joined us in BNB Chain, I legit asked Patrick, do you create this last name because you're in crypto, like DGen Hart? So it's not. Patrick, please enlighten us.
I have the heart of a DGen, but that's merely a coincidence.
Yeah, it's Degenhardt, right?
Degenhardt, not Degen, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, German. But yeah, Patrick, so let's kind of have you kind of talk a little bit about BNB Chain and kind of how, you know, your involvement has been, but also tell us more about the numbers, kind of where we are today.
Yeah, it's a great point, Gwen. So I think now as Sammy mentioned, we are really towards this path of bringing the first 1 billion users to Web3, right? This is our mission. This is what we want to achieve. We want to take blockchain, the benefits of blockchain, be these benefits economical or even in terms of social mobility. We are seeing so many places around the world that require this, right? And our position at BNB Chain is to really facilitate that, is to foster the growth of people. And I think the first segment of people that we can support is the developer community, right? If we are build and build, right? We are made by builders for builders in order to build things, build cool apps, decentralized apps, and a new infrastructure that will empower the whole world to grow. So we have a number of programs that are aimed towards developers, and throughout the year, I'm sure that everybody will see a lot of announcements on that front, especially in my area of marketing and community. And I really look forward. I'm very excited about all of that.
Very cool. Thank you very much. Yeah, build and build builders. It is something that CZ has also kind of said before a lot of times, right? CZ, I think you've tweeted many times, keep building or something like that. Yeah, awesome. So let me, CZ, you unmuted yourself, please.
It's okay. No, just keep building.
Yeah, keep building. Exactly. Short and sweet. So I'd like to bring Yuri on a little bit. So Yuri, tell us more about, what you've been up to at BNB Chain. I see you're representing with a hoodie. Amazing.
Couldn't resist. Well, this year, a lot of my work focuses on helping us to get up and running BNB Chain Foundation. And that we have a couple of initiatives that are really important for the ecosystem that are worth telling more about, I think, right now. One is the foundation, which is currently under establishment. It's going to be not-for-profit, it's going to be autonomous, and it's going to focus on 3 areas that are really critical for the community and all of the BNB Chain ecosystem. One is R&D, one is governance, and one is community. And in terms of R&D, we're really focusing on how can we support innovation and basic research to further the development of blockchain technologies. And this is a responsibility that, as the largest, L1 ecosystem, we take really seriously. But as Patrick mentioned, also, we're very focused on education programs and other programs that can help to bring more developers into Web3. I think there's only a few tens of thousands of experienced developers in Web3 compared to millions of developers, right, in the overall global developer community. So doing that is super important for us. In terms of governance, this is basically about building a structure that can support the governance activities on the BNB Chain ecosystem as we continue to decentralize, which is really important for us to do in a meaningful and also practical way. And that means helping to steer our tech roadmap and other key areas of improvement in a way which is open and transparent and involves the community. More broadly with the community, as Patrick mentioned, we really want to use the foundation to support dialogue and participation as we grow and evolve, because it's all about the community. We wouldn't be here without the millions of people who support what's become the world's largest blockchain at this point. And for labs, it's really focused on—
Wait, Yuri, what is labs? Announcement,
so
right?
BNB Chain Labs, which I guess I soft announced, is a new entity, a new initiative that we are bringing out this year, which is really going to be focused on helping to build the right technical infrastructure and helping our strategic partners to scale. And Patrick is going to be very involved also in the activities that it does around marketing and community. We want to really try to help drive mass adoption of blockchain by supporting innovative use cases, not just in the Web3 community as we think of it now, but also across enterprise and governments. And I think that, hopefully this elusive mass adoption, which we've all been, those of us in the space have been talking about for a long time, it looks like we're on the verge of it. If you look at the really meaningful steps that some of the largest Web2 players, governments, companies are taking. And so Labs is really focused on supporting that technically. And also, as Patrick mentioned, supporting it when it comes to education and marketing and really helping to support community activity and dialogue.
Awesome, thank you. So I would love to kind of bring it back then to Sammy, right? Because, we've talked about builders, Patrick mentioned builders, Yuri talking about community as well. Sammy, you mentioned precisely earlier the tech roadmap. I would love for you to share more now. I think you're sharing screen.
Yeah, so just want to share a little bit of information around the tech roadmap. So I touched upon a couple of the key points earlier. So really the experience that the BNB Chain community has gone through and this journey since the launch of the network through reaching the largest, the position of the most used blockchain by number of daily active users, weekly active users, monthly active users, and now fast approaching 3 billion transactions processed through the network. So it's been heavily battle tested, but we also had a lot of learning experiences. I think one of the key ones there is that this shared infrastructure is not really suitable for applications that are going to reach large user scaling, like reach tens of millions of users and then eventually hundreds of millions for a number of reasons. The primary one is really block space. The block space, it's super competitive. It's there's fierce competition for block space, which is think of it as a limited and finite resource. And here you have a number of different types of dApps. Of course, a very large and rapidly growing DeFi ecosystem, a lot of gaming projects, a lot of social like move to earn, and a number of others, and a very rapidly growing NFT ecosystem. And all of these dApps competing for exactly the same resource. But the important point here is like not all the dApps are made equal. You know, so it doesn't really make sense for gaming projects to have to pay the same transaction fees as DeFi protocols, and they probably don't need to, but using the shared infrastructure, that's the situation that they're in today. So when we were thinking about what's the type of infrastructure required for applications that can scale to large user bases, and feedback from the community informed a lot of the roadmap. So there's a number of areas of improvement that the tech roadmap is focused on in the coming quarters. So I can broadly categorize them around improving scalability, improving the developer experience, improving user experience, and on improving progressive decentralization for the network. So the first key area is around scalability. So one of the big initiatives that's happening right now is on the BAS chain. So BAS stands for BSC Application Sidechains. So this is infrastructure, dedicated chains that will, application-specific chains that will be very suitable infrastructure for especially gaming applications, but others as well, including social and others, that will provide the infrastructure to support like really large user scaling and many other benefits as well. So for example, fast transaction finality, much higher TPS, and because it's a dedicated chain, the tenants of those chains, the developers and developer teams and projects are not going to be competing for that block space in the same way that they are doing on shared infrastructure. So there also you will have significantly lower transaction fees, which is quite important for a lot of the gaming applications. So we're talking about small fractions of 1 cent, and potentially for some of the BAS chains to also be gasless. There's also other configuration and design choices that project teams can have with using the BAS, including using their own project native tokens as the gas token. So this creates like wider design space and a number of other things they can do with the token economics for the project. So several great benefits for developers for the BAS, and there's going to be 2 implementations. The first one is POS BAS. So think of those as like mini BSC. So they're 100% EVM compatible, so the developers can use all of the developer tooling that they're very comfortable and familiar with. And we'll have oracles, block explorer, all of the underlying infrastructure in order to be really deploy and scale those applications in an easy and cost-effective way. So the POS BAS are already in testnet. There's a number of projects already building on the testnets today, and the mainnet, the first ones will come out soon, and we expect the number of BAS chains to grow very rapidly after that. The second implementation of the BAS is a ZK rollup BAS. So we call ZK BAS, and that's coming. It's going to be rolled out in a couple of phases from Q3 and Q4 in this year. And that has a different security model, has different benefits, and will also be providing benefits for dApps to scale for a couple of different domains, especially ones in financial services or financial use cases, DeFi, but plenty of others as well. So The BAS initiative, the BAS change is one of the big highlights and milestones for the roadmap this year, but there's a couple of other key ones to mention. So another area that is also in progress right now is going to improve and increase the progressive decentralization of the BNB chain. So this one specifically is expanding the validator set from 21 to 41. So this is already, the hard fork on the testnet is already live, and it's work in progress right now. So this is one of the key initiatives around improving the progressive decentralization of the network, as well as providing other benefits in terms of security and improvements on the validator dynamics.
There was a lot, Sammy.
Yeah, there's a lot on the tech roadmap. So the developer community is super engaged here. So yeah.
Yeah, actually at this point, I'd like to bring in CZ again. Because CZ, again, you've been around, pioneer in the space. How do you see BNB Chain's tech roadmap vision? Because we're talking here about vision and roadmap. How do you see this? You're muted.
Yeah, I think the tech vision is, the roadmap is perfectly fine. I think it's great that the community, Samuel and other people in the community have a very clear, specific and roadmap they're building towards to. That is fantastic. And yeah, I think that's very much aligned with the vision here. And I think, yeah, as the other Patrick and Yuri said, having 1 billion user as a target is great. And I think that what we today call the elusive mass adoption will get to us. So it does take time, but but that's also why it's very interesting. So I think when we get there, I don't know when, but I'm sure we will. It's just a matter of when. And when we get there, 1 billion people using BNB Chain. I would like to, yeah, it'd be great to see grandpas paying for coffee with it, and transactions directly on Chain. I think, yeah, that's the word I'm really looking forward to get there. But I'm pretty sure I'll see it.
If you had a wager, minus like now plus 3 years, now plus 5 years, 10 years, CZ?
I think it's gonna be around 10 years, to be honest, really? Because it does take time. Like the adoption curve does take time, and today people, like we're in the industry, we think everybody use crypto, but if you look at the global wider adoption, like on overall crypto, it's probably about somewhere around 3 to 4% globally. And within that, most users are still using centralized exchanges. They're not native on changes yet. But I think eventually, yeah, in 5-10 years, we'll get to a place where we will have that. Yeah. Yeah.
So I think you kind of semi-touched on a point as well, right? Because to get to 1 billion users, we need education, right? So I want to bring it back to Patrick again, right? What are you and BNB Chain community doing regarding educating not just builders, but also perhaps the retail public? So educational programs, please, would love to hear from you.
Exactly, yeah, this is absolutely fundamental. So like Yuri was mentioning, now we are launching the BNB Foundation. And one of the key aspects of the BNB Foundation is to bring tech for good, for the masses, and also educational projects. So we are already taking a look at several educational programs that can empower devs to build in our ecosystem. And especially, I mean, of course, the crypto native devs, right? The Web3 devs that are fluent in Solidity and other languages, but also the Web2 devs. So like millions of people, like we discussed before, right? So let's bring this Web2 devs to the bright side of Web3, of decentralization and democratized access to finance and to, your own data. Yeah, and make that change happen. So the BNB Foundation will work on this, especially in emerging markets, especially to bring change to the lives of underprivileged people that would like to join, a software engineering school. And we can partner with top universities around the world to create these opportunities. So that's what we want to achieve. It's in our ambition for this year. And yeah, I believe that if we do that, we'll change lots of lives for the better. When you change, when somebody becomes a software engineer, it changes not only that person's life, but their own family and even their community. So that's also another way to speed up this process towards the 1 billion users, right? When you are really changing entire communities and bringing them to Web3 and to blockchain.
And interesting, Patrick, that you talked about kind of emerging markets, right? Because we've seen over technology adoption over the last, say, 10, 20 years or so, like emerging markets, skipped sometimes the desktop era. They went to mobile, right? So that there's some skipping also involved, here I think we may see. So when you grow an ecosystem, again, we've talked about builders, we've talked about emerging markets, the retail users, the grandpas of the world, right? But one thing is important is that, again, this is about community. So it's not just the builders, but we need more people, more than just that. Yuri, I'd love to bring you back on. Who else are we partnered with? Who else is building and helping the community grow?
That's a great question. To go back to CZ's estimate of 10 years to every grandpa and grandma using crypto to buy their coffee. You have to think about what are the resources, what are the inputs that you need to get to that output, and you need builders, but you also need you need capital and resources. And the great thing about crypto is that it's increasing the freedom of money, and so there are new ways to get capital to good projects. But you also need opportunities to create utility or to create useful value for people, and that means integrating crypto technologies and platforms into the real world, which is a technical challenge. It's an adoption challenge. And the great thing is, though, is that we're not unique, and CZ is not unique in believing in this. And I think as you see the amount of investment in this industry, despite the fact that the creative destruction, which I think crypto is famous for, the speed which causes, it to try new things, a lot of them fall away, some of them don't work. The ones that work get really big, like BNB Chain has. You see investors really believing in this. And, you see, I think, increasing convergence across not just investors and not just people who are, early adopters like us, but also big corporates, governments, that, this is really useful stuff. I saw that in Latin America, you're seeing certain governments start to, make moves to open up regulation or to adopt certain crypto chains for government-related use cases. And I think what we've done recently to really help, one area, which is the capital, is to really start building a stronger VC alliance for BNB Chain. And we've been really fortunate to recently close a large round in which we partnered with not just top crypto native funds, but also leading traditional VCs and large corporates. And I think the shared vision that brings all these different players underneath one tent, one umbrella, is this shared vision of how there's an opportunity now to see that result, that output that CZ outlined, and to invest in helping to support the growth of these things. We are actively continuing to strengthen our VC alliance. So if anybody wants to discuss more about this, please do reach out. But I think that ultimately it's about pulling together these resources so that the ecosystem can go from a few million early adopters who are really passionate to something which touches the lives of eventually everybody, but probably behind user experiences where you don't have to think about the crypto. I think that's where we're going.
Thank you so much. So kind of one of the last few minutes to kind of wrap up this vision and roadmap panel, right? I want to bring it back to Sammy again. You've been at the forefront, core of a lot of the ecosystem building. What else can we be, expecting soon?
Yeah, so just on that point, I want to respectfully disagree with CZ here because he mentioned 10 years, and definitely we're like at early stages for sure. But I think that we can see it happen in a much more shorter time frame than that. Maybe it could be like 1 year, maybe a little bit more, but I think like 10 years being quite a conservative, but we're going to work super hard to make sure it's going to happen sooner than later.
I mean, the whole thing, Sammy, is that, we can 10x it, right? You always say in tech, let's 10x that vision. So we're going to 10x CZU.
Yeah, but I think 1 year is going to be very tough, to be honest. I think, but 10 years, people tend to underestimate what can happen in 10 years, right? And people overestimate what can happen in 1 year. So I think somewhere between there, hopefully. Yeah.
Amazing. Yes, amazing. So let's close with that. A lot of people underestimate what we can do in actually any amount of time, I would say. Let's not underestimate ourselves. I think I would like to say that. So thank you all again for joining this panel. CZ, Sammy, Patrick, Yuri. Thank you all for listening to the Vision and Roadmap panel. Upcoming is Sidechain. So stay tuned. join me in welcoming Elvin, Director of Business Operations at BNB Chain, and he's the expert now on BAS. So he's going to moderate our next panel. Elvin, please.
Thanks, Gwen, for the intro. Well, now we are on to the featured, highlight of today, which is really the panel talking about BAS, which you would have heard about, throughout the entire sessions. With this BNB application sidechain. So very, very exciting. I would say the most exciting thing that's going to happen on BNB Chain this year. So we've got distinguished guests on this panel. We've got Sammy from BNB Chain. We've got Stanley from Anchor, Michael from Seller, Freddie from NodeReal. And we've also got two of our pilot projects, Harry from Galaxy, as well as Taylor from MetaApes. So lots of people here ready to give insights on BAS. Let's kick off, right? Maybe first with Sammy. So Sammy, you briefly covered BAS, but some of them may have just joined to listen to this channel. So why don't you give us a brief description of what BAS is?
Sure. Definitely happy to do that, Alvin. So BAS is like abbreviation for BNB application sidechains. It's basically dedicated blockchain infrastructure for developer teams and projects that want to build dApps that scale to very large number of users. So we're talking about the tens of millions and then eventually like reaching hundreds of millions of users. So one of the things that we realized is on the current BSC chain, the BNB Smart Chain, it's a shared infrastructure used by a wide variety of different dApps. So there's a lot of DeFi dApps, there's a lot of NFT projects, there's a lot of gaming projects there as well. But that created some issues. So it's basically intense competition for the block space. So of course, for certain types of projects, especially ones like gaming or social fi applications and a few others that really require infrastructure that can support large user scaling, it's clear that they need to have their own dedicated infrastructure, and using shared infrastructure has a number of downsides. So with the BAS chains really aims to solve that, provides this highly scalable infrastructure that has fast finality for transactions, fast transaction speed, and super low fees. So it will be orders of magnitude lower compared to the BNB Smart Chain transaction fees, which some of you may know is like around 20 to 30 cents, depending on the BNB price. But for the BAS chains, we're talking about small fractions of 1 cent and potentially even gasless. So a lot of these configurations can also be done by the tenants of the chain. So the developers or the project teams that are building on a specific BAS chain. So the BAS chain, other important points to mention about it is that they have their own independent set of validators that the project teams can also bring their own validators, or bring in other specialized validator operators. Another very important feature about the BAS chains is that they can use any token for the gas token. So this has a lot of benefits for games, especially. So games can use their own native token within the games as the gas token for the BAS chain, which provides a much wider design space around developing the token economics for the projects. So in a high-level summary, those are the big benefits. And we're super excited about this because we really see this as being one of the key ways that we can really drive large user scaling through applications, which has been very challenging with the shared infra chain so far. So here's the text roadmap slide, which I shared earlier. So you can see there's two implementations of BAS. The first one, which we're going to be talking a lot about in this session, is the POS BAS chain. So think of those as like mini BSC. They're very similar in terms of chain architecture, forked from Geth client. So it's compatible with MetaMask and all the tooling that the current BNB Smart Chain developer community is very familiar and comfortable using. And will offer like this highly scalable infrastructure for dApp developers. So that's happening right now. So the testnets are already out and mainnet's coming very, very soon. And more information about that in the session later. The second implementation, which is also work in progress right now, is the ZK rollup chains, or we call them the ZK BAS chains. So these are still in development stages, and these will have different characteristics like different security model, and will be useful for supporting scaling for a different range of use cases. So think about more financial services related use cases. It could be like, for example, payments or other types of DeFi applications. So that you might have perpetuals, decentralized perpetuals protocols, which are using ZK BAS chains for on-chain order book and achieving scalability. You might have payments chains or other types of payments use cases being deployed on the ZK BAS chains, among many other domains and use cases. So there's for the ZK BAS chains, the time frame around that is around it's going to be in 2 phases. From Q3 to Q4 of this year. So that's the next implementation that's coming after the POS BAS chains. And there's a lot of hard work ongoing around the development for both and in specific ZK BAS.
Thanks, Sammy. That was a very good summary, and I think people are excited. I mean, you talked about everything that a project wants, right? Whether it's higher throughput or whether it's lower gas fees. But what I really like about BAS is that, you know, there is a lot of flexibility, whether it comes to choosing your own gas token or your set of validators. And then there is also the option, you talked about ZK BAS at the back. I'm sure many projects are excited about that. So let's hear it from the rest as well, because we've got our infrastructure partners here, right? From Anchor, Stellar, and Node-REAL. Maybe we can start with Anchor. So Stanley, right? Would you mind like telling us, you know, what you're hearing from projects, like what is the value to them and to the users?
I think for BAS, basically it's a very flexible and a scalable solution for them. So for flexible, that means our client or our partners is very easy to use BAS, easy to launch the BAS, and also very important because it's all open source and everybody is very familiar with gas implementations of BSC in the first place. So it's possibly we can modify or even adding some, you know, smart system level contract to fit into the game or fit into the application specific logic to power their use case. And also for scalability, because, you know, I think it's very easy because everybody very understand the implementations and the use of EVM compatible chains. So it's very easy to, you know, to host their service and to provide RPC service and provide a no hosting or validator service. So very easy to launch and bootstrap their applications. So I think at least for the usage, for the partners from our side, we definitely recommend to use BAS to, you know, to save the futures worry or troubles about like the capacities and the migrations or things like that. And also, I think as has been described by Sammy, some BAS has a very great future plans, and we already working with sellers, working with Node-REALs, working with Binance about the next versions of BAS. Everything is on track. So yeah, really hope BAS can be have very successful launch.
Cool. Thank you, Stanley. What I'm hearing is an amazing infrastructure, but really easy to bootstrap and start using it. It's great to hear. What about you, Freddie?
Thank you. Yeah, just to add on to Stanley's point, right? I think Stanley and Sammy pretty much cover the you know, the great overall picture of how beneficial that BAS would be. I wanted to add on to it that, you know, it gives the flexibility to developers and also users as well. Users actually has the, you know, flexibility to tap into a larger ecosystem, you know, in penetration from BAS to BSC, making sure that, you know, there is liquidity for DeFi's, marketplaces, and all that as well. So during the height of BNB Chain, right, we have seen that, you know, it has support over 2 million daily active users. I think this is a great place to really start and making sure that, you know, we work together in the ecosystem to really grow it well and all. So on top of that, just to add on to Stanley's point, right, it's EVM compatible, it's open source. A lot of things are, you know, being it is out there that we can make reference to and all that as well. So in terms of use cases and all that, we really encourage our projects to really come on to try out, learn more about BAS, and including, you know, speaking with us and working together with you guys. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Freddie. Again, really good summary. And let's move on as well to Michael. So Michael, you're from Celebridge, right? And when we talk about BAS and side chains, I think a lot of chains are going towards like a multi-chain network and architecture. Would love to hear like your thoughts, right? In terms of the interoperability, right, in this kind of landscape.
Yeah, thank you, Alvin. First of all, we're very proud to be an infrastructure partner of BAS sidechains. And basically, we provide the both fungible token and NFT bridging services for any partners that would like to join the BAS ecosystem. So basically, once this Celebridge integrates with one of the BAS or multiple of them, tokens and NFTs, and just like any information, just not just tokens, not just assets, but any information, any smart contracts flow freely between among all the connected chains, including the BSC and the multiple BASs. And we've been working with Notary and Anchor on these parts, and the experience has been very good because all the toolings are very similar, and all the explorers like MetaMask and all the Node RPCs are working pretty smoothly. And well, except that the gas fees are much cheaper, and all the transactions are confirmed in much shorter time than BSC. So we're very glad that we'll be able to bring this multi-chain experience to an order of more orders of magnitudes of more users to over the world. So we're very proud of that. And also we like to emphasize that the Celebridge is puts a very strong emphasis on the security of the system. So basically, when you bridge the tokens, we have extra layers of security in place, so that because we look at the history of the hacks of some other bridges, and we're very appalled that they have very poor security practices. And so to avoid that, we already added multiple layers of security, both in terms of decentralized governance, and in terms of on the smart contract level, we added monitoring and rate limiting systems for in case one of the chains or multiple of them has some security breach, we at Saturn will be able to minimize the losses even if that happens. Obviously, we don't like that to happen, but we're just saying we're prepared for the worst. Yeah. So yeah, overall, we're very proud to be part of the BAS family, and we're very glad to serve all the partners. And just if you have any bridging requests, just contact us, shoot us an email, contact our BD, and we'll be able to support that. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. And I think you touched on a few good points, right? Because it's not just about enabling the bridge, right? It's also about user experience, it's about security. And I think you touched a few good points, right? Where, there are kind of mechanisms to make sure that, things that have happened in previous incidences doesn't happen here. That's great to hear. And I think, user experience is important as well. I have seen, Taylor do some demos in the past with regards to how people can breach very easily, right? In the game itself, and then over the BSC for some of the, DeFi transactions and so on. That's great. So, all right, now moving on, right? So we have got some of the projects that are launching on BAS with us as well. So we'd love to hear their experience, right, of setting up on BAS and why they got on in the first place. So maybe we can start with Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Alvin. I can give you a quick overview of MetaAce, and then talk a little bit about what we like about building on BAS as well. So MetaAce, is a free-to-play, play and earn MMO strategy game that's designed for mobile. And so it's set in this post-apocalyptic world that's ruled by monkeys and monkeys only. And each player will have to work, very closely with their fellow apes to win this ultimate race to space. So that's sort of the narrative. And we really created MetaAce because we saw an opportunity in the current Web3 gaming landscape for this experience that appeals to both traditional and blockchain gamers alike. And so we're really hoping that MetaAce, in partnership with BAS, can become this next-gen blockchain game that offers both audiences something valuable, right? So on one hand, you have an opportunity for these traditional gamers to earn and truly own their in-game assets. And then on the other hand, you have these blockchain gamers that are primarily looking to just earn. And we're giving them a much more interactive and enjoyable experience that they can enjoy. And so right now, it is currently available on Google Play for Android users. And we are very, very excited to be the first game to launch on BAS, of course. And then, yeah, touching on sort of, what our experience has been in terms of building on BAS and what we like. I think I would have to echo what everybody else said and, say it's really the scalability and flexibility. Of course, this is important for any application, but I think really true for gaming applications where, you have these really, really high transaction volumes and, performance is critical, right? And so I think by building on BAS, we're able to avoid a lot of these common issues that we've seen in blockchain gaming, such as network congestion, poor user experience, and additionally also create this, a lot more sustainable and I would say long-term focused game and token design, which is exactly what we're hoping to do here. So, yeah.
It's great to hear. And, for those who haven't checked out the game, do check out, the trailers and the gameplay footages. It's wonderful. And, I'm sure all of you will be trying it out soon and have a great BAS experience that I can promise you. All right. We have a second project with us, Galaxy. So Harry, why don't you bring us through a bit, on Galaxy and the experience of building on BAS?
Yeah. So at Galaxy, we are building this open and collaborative data network to empower devs to build better products and community. So basically, we are aggregating the user contribution data, reputation data, and second, we also help devs to use these data to do various stuff, including stuff like credit scoring, finding target audience, building customized voting system for DAOs, and so on. So we have a couple reasons that we chose to build on BAS. So first, we always want to build our own blockchain for Galaxy's CRED data network, but we never had the resource to do it ourselves, to build it from scratch. Because BAS has a great experience building scalable blockchain, so we get the chance to have our own blockchain on top of the shoulder of the giant. And secondly, because BAS is also very cheap for users to use, this actually make it very possible for us to store more data on chain. So right now at Galaxy, we already have more than 2,000 credentials curated covering, I think, more than 5 million users in Web3. So with BAS, we finally have a way to store all of these on-chain, and right now it's impossible for us to store all of these on Ethereum mainnet. And third, I think since BAS is EVM compatible, it's really for us to actually build on BAS. I think it took us, 1 or 2 days to build everything and deploy everything on BAS. So overall, we are very excited to build on BAS. We're also very excited to work with both the BAS and BNB Chain ecosystem projects.
Wow, that's wonderful. Can I just get you to repeat that? You took 1 to 2 days to deploy that?
Yes, yes.
It's wonderful, right? We are so lucky today to have heard from so many different parties, right? From the infrastructure bit to the projects. And, this is a high performance kind of a architecture, right? Where one, you can have your own blockchain. I think that's great. Your own blockchain with your own gas tokens. That gives you a lot more flexibility in terms of how you want to do with your tokenomics. And then we're talking about something that's, high throughput, high TPS, ultra low gas fees, depending on configuration, EVM compatible. There's just a lot of goodness being packed into it. And I think one of the best parts as well is that, it's not just your own chain, but it's a chain that is kind of connected to the BNB Chain ecosystem, right? And that means, you get the goodness of everything that comes with BNB Chain, whether it's the liquidity, the set of users, the partnerships, the ecosystem, everything is there. So I'm not sure about all of you who are listening. I hope you're half as excited as I am. And with all these panelists as well, you can see everyone here is definitely gearing up for the launch of BAS. So thank you so much for listening in. Thank you to all the panelists for joining us. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Revelation Summit. Next up, I would like to invite up to the stage Leia, author, speaker, and content creator. She will take it now over from me to moderate the next 2 panels. Thanks for joining in, Leia.
Thanks, Gwen, for the warm introduction. It's so great to be here. So I want to welcome you all to the Future of Web3 panel. We're going to speak to some amazing thought leaders in the Web3 space to try and understand what developments we can expect in the next few years. So let's kick this off. Joining me on the panel today, we have Brad Harrison, CEO of Venus, Jim Breyer from Breyer Capital, Mo Sheikh from Aptos, and Yuri Ferruccio from BNB Chain. Guys, welcome to the show.
Good to be here.
So let's kick things off. Yuri and Mo, I want to come to you first. Can you try and help us paint the picture of a holistic Web3 infrastructure? Where do you see the blockchain ecosystem is moving towards? What kind of areas, what kind of directions can we expect? So Yuri, we'll come to you first.
Okay, that's a big question. Maybe I'll highlight a couple of things that I think are shaping the ecosystem at the broadest possible level. I think that we've talked about this for a long time, but I think that the next year or 2 years, we'll see a big uptick in mass adoption, right? That elusive goal that the industry has been chasing for a long time. And the reason that I believe this is because we're fortunate enough to be able to talk to a lot of very large companies, governments, et cetera. And when you look at the amount of resources finally that are being concretely put to creating use cases that will bring people who aren't into Web3 into Web3, it does feel like we're at the beginning of a turning point. And so I think this implies some things that are starting to happen, but need to happen more. One of them is that we need to build for larger use cases. And that means for more users in part. So that's one of the reasons why BNB Chain is working on things like sidechains, moving from a single chain architecture to a multi-chain architecture to be able to distribute, the compute resources more effectively, and also working across a number of different approaches. So using things like ZK rollups, and I don't want to get too jargony, but basically there are a lot of advances that can speed up, basically the volume that you can put through a blockchain. And that's important. But I also think that people probably underestimate, and historically in technology in general, have often underestimated the importance and the challenges of integration. And I guess there's integration both within the crypto sphere, and I think multi-chain, cross-chain integration is hugely important and is really starting to happen. We're very excited at that. It's one of the reasons why we've been working closely with groups like Aptos, is because we really do believe in a multi-chain world. At the same time, I think integrating crypto into the real world is also it's a daunting technical challenge. But you start to see the pathway for this being laid, not just technically, but at the regulatory level. So you're seeing the first regulated, companies in places like Brazil, who are able to tokenize government bonds. In some places, a lot of places are looking at tokenizing carbon credits. So I think that integration is both a challenge and an opportunity. Imagine DeFi, that's sitting on top of real assets that have been tokenized. It'll be very different. The last thing I'll say, just as an observation, is as more people come in, I think we need to take a step back and think about what do we mean when we say community. Right now, there's a very small number of people relative to the global population who are in crypto. The early adopters, they've gone through all types of pain to come in. They've figured out, what the hell is a MetaMask, as a first step. And from there are just numerous complex things that you've had to master historically to be able to engage with Web3. That's going to change a lot. And I think you're going to see a bifurcation of infrastructure apps where they compete based on technical prowess, and the efficacy of their technology and their product. And then also user experience focused apps that really focus on on sort of owning that first layer with the customer. And this is an exciting time because it means that we're moving from a world where, it's sort of charismatic technical builders have been dominant to a world in which, teams can be much more commercially focused over time. So I'll just pause there and let Aptos and Mo talk a little bit about how they're, aiming at this space, but I know they have a lot to say.
Yeah, I thought, it's definitely really interesting, particularly in terms of user experience, because, we're talking about the future of Web3 and adoption, and, we're not going to be able to bring in those 1 billion new users without a more convenient user experience for sure. Mo, let's absolutely get your thoughts.
Sure, yeah. I don't know how to take Yuri's charismatic leader comment, but So it's an interesting point, right? Like, what does holistic Web3 infrastructure look like? I think in order to answer that question, you have to understand how we engage with the digital economy today. And it kind of takes us back almost 30 years where, you have to look at what Web 1 was and what Web 2 was to get to Web 3. And, Web 1 was essentially having the ability for, publishers to come and display content on a web page. And, we all consumed some of that content and walked away with some insights. Web 2 was certainly the rise of the platforms where you had large Facebook and Twitter-like platforms that aggregated some of these users and allowed for them to engage. Those platforms controlled the way the architecture was built and made it a seamless experience ultimately for developers and users. However, the issues that existed there were the platforms gained majority of the value and creators and consumers were often left out in the cold. And then came this kind of concept of Web3, which connected applications through different infrastructure. And it started off with a blockchain. And that structure has led to decentralized applications and connectivity between creators and users in ways that we haven't seen before. But the value of that is immense. You can avoid platforms accruing majority of the value and setting the rules. You also avoid large platforms having all the power. In fact, Web3 gives the power back to the people, and we love that. I think that's spurring up an immense amount of activity in this in the digital world, where you can kind of liken it to the Renaissance era of our time. The challenge, though, is the infrastructure has never been scalable, unfortunately, and we've seen compromises take place across that entire infrastructure stack. Yuri talked about the challenges of, he talked about an interoperability world with multiple chains, and that's where we see a lot of excitement with things like BNB. The challenge has been, how do these bridges get built? They've often been built in silos and sort of haphazardly, where the blockchain layer connected to another blockchain layer through this bridge often leads to some gaps in the space and compromise. And obviously, Yuri and I don't believe that should be the future of the infrastructure. And then as you start to build on top of that, whether they be wallets or applications, there's often gaps that are left. So when we think about the holistic infrastructure here at Aptos, we believe it starts with the blockchain itself. Our blockchain is designed in a way that it's scales, it's extremely reliable, and has performance that we haven't seen in today's world. And obviously working together with BNB, I think that's you can start to paint a picture of the limitations going away and the power coming back to the people.
Scalability and reliability, two very important things for any blockchain. But it's interesting, you make an interesting point about Web 2 platforms sort of owning all of the data. I think even people who aren't in the crypto space are aware of this. So I think even that's going to be a motivation to help people move into Web 3. So it's really interesting. Jim, let's come to you. I want to know, what kind of projects do you think can benefit the most from an ecosystem that enables large scale dApp development?
Well, thank you, and Yuri and Mo, so well said. Briar Capital is a global venture capital firm. I'm here in Austin, Texas. We have an office in Silicon Valley, recently returned from Davos, and offer a quick few thoughts. One, never forget, in Web 3.0 like 2.0, as an investor, we're backing geniuses or people we hope and teams that are geniuses. And let me just say, knowing Elon, having invested in Mark Zuckerberg, in April of 2005, CZ is a genius and one of the great entrepreneurs of our time, as is Elon Musk, in my humble opinion. Why do we love Web 3.0? One, the big development opportunities are all around crypto native capabilities. Web 3.0 is as different from 2.0 as 2.0 was from 1.0. And so developing crypto native capabilities around the blockchain and BNB chain, multi-chain development is critical. And as all of you have mentioned, Leah, including you, we're at the very beginning in terms of how large this opportunity is. And I can't think of a better place right now for developers around the world to be developing infrastructure middleware, and interface applications in and around Web 3.0.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Jim. Brad, let's get your thoughts on this.
Yeah, thanks for that, Leah. Quick intro, I'm Brad Harrison. I lead the team behind Venus Protocol, the largest destination for decentralized lending on BNB Chain. We have about $1 billion in liquidity. You can come to Venus to supply and generate yield and use that as collateral to borrow a range of crypto assets. And yeah, the experience of building right now on BNB Chain it's pretty exciting. I think I absolutely echo what Jim said and what Yuri said and Mo said. It's a pretty remarkable time to be involved in this space, and I would say it's a historic experience because we're working at the precipice of a DeFi renaissance, especially because bear market is build market. So to be supporting a DApp on BNB Chain where there's a coordinated global effort to innovate on protocols like Venus is pretty exciting. On any given week, I'm in community calls for our Latin American community, our African community, and we get to talk firsthand with people living and breathing these dApps. So you get to be surrounded by developers all around the world working on expanding use cases for decentralized finance. And that's really important so that this technology fulfills its promise of delivering inclusion and financial choice. So this is a great time to be doing that.
I love that. Bear market is definitely build market. That's exactly what I think people need to hear right now. And it's amazing that you have the opportunity to have such a direct involvement with the people that whose lives you're obviously helping. Jim, let's come back to you. As an investor, how do you see the blockchain market evolving?
Well, it's very similar to where Web 2.0 was in its infancy. So again, I think what I look for and what we look for at Briar Capital is developers, again, who are crypto native. One of the wonderful parts of 3.0 and the blockchain is the fact that it's so decentralized and there is talent in Dubai, Singapore, Austin, Texas, Silicon Valley, London, Berlin. I could go on and on in terms of the kinds of teams we've backed. And so a deep understanding of building technologies that scale in a 3.0 native way with offices and technical talent best in world around the world is what's so exciting. We're at the very beginning. I think, as mentioned, the blockchain initially will have some tremendous global applications in and around finance, decentralized finance. But I'm also very, very excited about gaming communities that are leveraging the blockchain in 3.0. And again, I come back to the global presence. There was a time in Silicon Valley where many venture capitalists said, if it's not within 30 minutes drive, I won't invest. Can you imagine today if we didn't invest in London and Dubai and Singapore and other centers around the world? And that is very exciting. It requires a new venture capital model and way of thinking in many ways. But I will also add this, the smartest, best people in the world out of universities such as Stanford, MIT, Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, elsewhere, they are working on 3.0 crypto applications that scale globally. And as a venture capitalist, this is a golden age around backing many of these great entrepreneurs and small teams around the world.
That's fascinating. As a British person, I've never actually heard that term about Silicon Valley before. I didn't know that, but that makes a lot of sense. That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, I think even this conversation really just, really sums all of that up. We're all everywhere on different time zones, and we managed to coordinate it somehow. So yeah, absolutely. So my next question is really for anyone, actually. Yuri, we'll come to you first. What do you think the next killer applications are in Web3? And are there any hurdles for growth? And is there anything that we can do perhaps to maybe accelerate enterprise and adoption?
So when I was in my first career, which was in public policy in Washington, I TA'd for a gentleman who worked in national security for a long time, and his class was called Foresight, and he opened every class by saying there's no such thing as a crystal ball. and I think CZ has said a lot about this, he almost never engages in speculation. Every year there's 5 new things in crypto, 2 or 3 of them become really big. It's very difficult to be clear. So I think we can really talk about the present more than the distant future, the things that are kind of on the edge. I think there's 2 areas that well, there are many areas, but 2 of the areas that we're looking at, I feel like are a great fit for the moment. One is, apps that use what I believe is the most maybe the most powerful application of crypto so far. And that's token incentivization systems. People spend too much time thinking about token appreciation. I think, and not enough time thinking about, in some ways, the most wonderful thing about Bitcoin is that people all around the world who are employed by Bitcoin, spend millions and millions of dollars to run computers to validate the network and keep it running. And that's because of an incentive structure that rewards them for doing that. Crypto it makes it possible to incentivize people who have no connection, no geographic location, no shared company, to all be aligned to do the same thing. And one of the specific areas that I think is going to really take off is the creator economy, and how crypto can really help creators to use tokens to create much tighter engagement with the people who are super passionate about them, and to give the people who are following them a piece of the upside of their success. That's one. And then I think, coming back to something which has probably been mentioned a number of times around this hackathon, taking the same thing and applying it to Web 2 is also incredibly powerful, because loyalty programs, that's sort of a very simple way to think about it, are all over the place. But how much cooler would it be if all these little points that you get from all these little websites that you probably forget, that you can't track, if they could all be converted into crypto, or ultimately cash, traded, moved so that they can, take on more risk and get more return. And so I think that the combination of being able to reach people more easily, transfer value much more cheaply, and create these loops is incredibly powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. Those social tokens are very, very interesting because, like you said, it helps create a greater community, and for the very first time, no matter where in the world you are or what background you come from, everybody can sort of come together and have one common goal, and we'll sort of incentivize for one common goal, which is fascinating. Mo, let's come to you. Let's get your thoughts. I know you don't have a crystal ball either, but tell us, what do you predict? What kind of killer applications can we expect?
Yeah, I definitely don't have a crystal ball, but I think Yuri brings up a great point. I think social tokens are interesting, but you have to just take a step back and understand that, what problems are we solving with them? And I think Yuri highlighted the disconnect of value creation that exists there. So, for me, it's all about, what real world problems can we solve? And, if that's going to be your guiding compass, I think you have to make sure that your team understands and has a very, principled approach of solving those problems. So, we have to look at the current infrastructure and understand where the utility really is. And when you look at that, whether it's social tokens or digital assets, having sound foundation is going to be critical to create these applications. The one that I'm particularly excited about is, it may not be as exciting for everyone else, but is simply, where you store your digital assets, whether they be social tokens, whether they be, stable coins, or even, some other currencies of the future. And you have to be able to understand that these assets will sit, again, across different chains. They will be used in different applications. And users will not be interested in having multiple different wallets with different types of custodial or non-custodial models. I think actually the next billion users will be interested in the most simplest form of custody, without having to worry about the nuances and the complications that exist behind that wallet experience. So, right now I have a Cash App, I have a Venmo, I have, Robinhood, I have MetaMask, and I can go on. And at any given time, I'm trying to figure out what my password is to log into those applications, let alone figure out where I store different assets and how I need to transact with different people across those countries that Jim mentioned. So I think a wallet, as simple as it may sound, can be one of the most powerful applications that can be built that allow us, to engage in the digital economy of the future.
It's beautifully, if I may, Leah, one, what Mo's doing around infrastructure is absolutely exciting and groundbreaking. We have to remember when Stripe started, really it was 3 or 4 APIs that they brought together to make it really simple. And I see direct analogies again to 3.0. We've learned, whether it's supply chains or 2.0 infrastructure, they scaled to some extent, but they were not resilient. And around 3.0, the great infrastructure developers, the token developers, whether it's finance, again, I'm a very big believer in gaming and what Web 3.0 does for worldwide gaming developers. We need resilience, and that's what so many of the great infrastructure 3.0 entrepreneurs are focused on. Again, we all know that the world of work has changed. We're never going back, and people want to work in a decentralized fashion. The great talent is global. The great investment needs to be global. You mentioned London. London is very underserved, as is Europe, from a venture capital standpoint when it comes to 3.0 web. And so one of the opportunities for investors around the world, in particular though for developers, creators, is the fact that they can attract venture capital no matter what location they are in the world.
Brad, do you want to weigh in here?
I thought you could like sense it. No, what Jim said about gaming for me is spot on. You know, when you have infrastructure where games can easily flourish, it creates demand for new use cases and services in other domains that, you know, blockchain interoperability makes it really easy to build support for. So for example, Venus is being approached by some of these games about integrations so that they can provide staking and borrowing to their users for their native token. And that effectively provides, you know, these games with mini banks, which is pretty cool. So you can easily imagine how that brings a lot of possibilities to domains like gaming outside of finance. So I think, you know, this year we're going to see a lot more of that, bringing, you know, financial tooling to places where we really haven't seen it before. And that's, you know, that's what developers are really excited about right now.
Yep, it's definitely an interesting few years ahead. I want to just move on to the ESG narrative because it's a pretty big topic right now. And the most recent reports actually show that Bitcoin mining actually consumes only 0.16% of the world's total energy production. BNB Chain is even more efficient and uses less than 1% of the total combined energy required to secure the whole entire Bitcoin network and power the entire traditional banking system. So pretty crazy stats there. Yuri, we'll come to you. Tackling any ESG concerns that developers or users might have, how can we use blockchain to achieve sustainability?
Okay, thank you for this. This is a really important topic, and it's one that we're thinking about a lot lately. I think it's good to take a step back and think about a couple of dimensions. You mentioned the first one, which is, you know, how can blockchain minimize its own environmental impact? And I think that, you know, first of all, as you said, you know, crypto and blockchain aren't exactly easy to understand. And so I think that that's contributed to people sometimes having an overemphasized view of how much energy is used by crypto or by Bitcoin in particular, versus how much value has been created. And if you look at, say, you know, the energy usage of the gold industry or the banking industry, the traditional banking industry as a whole, and then you look at the economic size of that, you know, industry, crypto is not too far off from either of those, even if you just look at Bitcoin. And Bitcoin, it's also worth remembering, is the most primitive kind of original form of validating a transaction. It uses an incredibly expensive approach called proof of work, which essentially requires validators to perform incredibly difficult math calculations, you know, on usually specialized computers. And that's where the energy draw comes from, is running all these computers, you know, doing all this math. Of course, since then, we've created a variety of other approaches that are much more energy efficient. Proof of stake, where you have to basically, you know, you put in some value that you lose if you don't behave, so to speak. Proof of space, etc. Now, these, as you said, use much less energy. They're much more comparable to a traditional internet company. It's just the cost of running servers for the most part. But that's ultimately not getting at your core question, which is how do we actually help sustainability? How can it be a tool or a platform for sustainability innovation? I think, first of all, we've got to be realistic about two things. Number one, we have to make sure that we're building on top of resilient enough technology, as Mo said, because this is a real world problem with real world consequences. It's not a crypto to crypto use case. And the second thing is that ultimately we have to avoid greenwashing. And unfortunately, this is something that you see across the tech industry. I've seen in the Web 2.0 space, there have been some recent lawsuits around this. It's really important, to avoid that. But I do believe there are, 2 or 3 areas in which crypto is uniquely well placed and blockchain is uniquely well placed. Some of that is simple things like track and trace, keeping a record of carbon credits that can't be changed. That's inherently valuable. But I actually believe that tokenizing carbon and creating a global market for the trading of carbon can help to potentially do from a ground up, country by country perspective, what hasn't been possible so far at the intergovernmental level. And, this is a global problem. I think it needs global cooperation to solve it. Global liquidity pools and global incentive structures, there's nothing that does that better than crypto. We're very interested in exploring how we can get more involved in a substantive way. And so this is something where we're reaching out and working with a variety of actors right now.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of jump in. I love the concept of tokenization, especially for carbon credits. But I think, the point that Yuri's highlighting is it creates an immense amount of transparency. And if you had tokenized carbon credits on chain, whether there were applications that are being built on top, they can potentially purchase those tokenized carbon credits to offset their consumption. Now, although that may sound wonderful, and that would be the ideal world we move towards, I think we have to also be pragmatic in the sense that, it's hard to measure these numbers still. And we are excited about some of the initiatives that are taking place, and some standardization that hopefully allows for better transparency and within the the Web3 world. And I'm curious to hear a little bit more about that Bitcoin number, but it's hard to understand what how much energy is being consumed, what the server type looks like, where that server is located. So these metrics, again, just become very difficult to track. But it's exciting, obviously, to see that there are initiatives underway that allow us to better track those ESG metrics.
Yeah, I would add, we should not forget for a moment how important global education is. We need more female entrepreneurs, female developers, underrepresented minorities. And one of the things that BNB and Binance have done so well, and a couple of the quantum startups where I've invested, spend time on university programs, educate, make sure that we have great female entrepreneurs from around the world. Again, Web 2.0 and 1.0 didn't do it so well. There's an opportunity in 3.0 to really build a far more diverse set of founders, developers around the world. And a lot of that starts with education, educating not just in the United States and Silicon Valley, but around the world on many of these issues around sustainability, the importance of sustainability. Again, this is all designed from the ground up. You can't build back in privacy. If you're 10 years, it's much harder to do it at scale. And so I really encourage developers around the world who are thinking about the BNB chain, multi-chain development, think about building the trust and the values early on from a development standpoint. It's an enormous opportunity to not only build enormous economic value, but better society in a truly significant way.
Jim, Brad, Yuri, Mo, I want to thank you all so much for joining us on the Future of Web3 panel. It's been such a pleasure hearing your perspective on such an important topic. And of course, to our audience, I will see you all in 20 seconds in our next panel, where I'm going to bring you somewhere you've never been before. Not quite literally, but we'll see you soon. Welcome back. Now it's time for the Uncharted Territory panel, where we will talk all about the launch of MVB5 program, labs, and how these initiatives are helping project developers. So this is going to be a really exciting discussion. Joining me on the panel, we have Gwendolyn Regina, the investment director at BNB Chain, and Tyler Zhao, the investment manager at Binance Labs. Welcome, guys. How are you doing?
Thank you, Leia. For me, I've been hosting, so this is great. Like now, a panelist.
It's a change of, it's definitely a change of experience for sure. Tyler, great to have you.
Thank you guys for having us.
So let's just jump straight into this. Gwen, we're going to come to you first. Can you please tell us more about the MVB program? I'm hearing a lot about it, but it would be great to understand what its objectives are, and what's the vision here?
Gladly. So MVB is a program, it's a flagship program of the BNB chain. It's been in existence for slightly more than a year and a half already, actually. Time really, really flies. And it's really meant to accelerate and incubate and really work with projects that are building on BNB chain, everything from testnet to mainnet. We've evolved also over the last year and a half. But essentially over the last few seasons of MVB, we've welcomed like over 900, almost 1,000 projects, many builders, many individuals who have been coming through the system, learning much more about BNB chain, having one-on-one mentorship chats with people from the community that we've invited in. So it's been amazingly, it's grown so much. We're so privileged to feel like and see actually on the ground where people tell us like, hey, we gained so much from that fireside chat. It felt so intimate, so close. And we were really, really glad to put it out there for people and builders to kind of be incubated and to learn more about BNB chain.
Thanks, Gwendolyn. It sounds like such a great initiative. DeFi is absolutely popping off. So it's amazing to, spread that education and really help builders and developers. Do you have any examples of any specific, successful MVB projects that you can tell us about?
Yeah, many. So we kind of have to be picky, right? So at BNB chain, kind of like the metrics that we usually look at is when we assess a project is daily active wallet addresses, right? You also have transaction volume. Again, Leia, you mentioned DeFi. So we also look at total value locked, number of transactions. So I think on a high level stat, something to share is that a lot of the top projects of MVB, because we look at a lot of projects come through, they apply, right? And out of that, a bunch of them they become like winners / top projects, and we do a little bit more with them. So these top projects collectively over the last year and a half or so, in totality, we've seen a whole bunch of them make up at least like 3/4 of our all-time high of daily active wallet addresses, which is amazing, right? This goes to show that MVB has done a really good job in really picking out and working with projects that are very, very promising and helping them grow to become like quote unquote a top project. So some examples is kind of older ones is like Beefy, Alpaca, Auto Farm, so a bit more DeFi related like Trenches as well. Pancake Bunny is another one, but more recently as well, over the last several months ago, we've seen a bit more GameFi like Heath and Arena, My DeFi Pet, and again, like some of these, especially GameFi project, because as we know, GameFi is a little bit more retail friendly, right? We've seen, something more like 10x, of the growth when they join MVB and after they quote unquote graduate or leave MVB towards the end of their program. So we've been super, again, privileged to see their journey. And yeah, these are some examples. We've got many more coming. Leia.
Yeah, it's great to hear about GameFi because GameFi is such a new part. And I think, you mentioned it yourself, it's retail investors that are predominantly involved in that. So I think that's really fantastic for Binance to help bring these new people into the space. Tyler, let's come to you. Can you tell us a little bit more about Binance Labs and also explain what that relationship is between Binance Labs and MVB programs?
Yeah, for sure. So we're Binance Labs. We're the venture capital allocation arm of Binance. So we run infrastructure impact funds with an initiative to incubate, invest, and empower blockchain projects. We cover full cycle of startups from early stage incubations all the way to late stage venture capital investments. Since 2018, I think we've invested about 200 projects with a total AUM of $10 billion. So our investment track record includes some of the top performing protocols and projects in the market, such as Stefan, FTX, XC, Matic, and Layer Zero. So we're really excited to be, the strategic partner of Binance Chain to basically bring the best accelerator program to the community. I think through the program, through MVB5, we'll be collaborating closely with Gwen and the BNB Chain team to identify the best quality projects and teams with strong goals and visions to build on BNB. We will also design different curriculums and launch them sort of tailored to BNB ecosystem purpose and make really selective investments at the end of the program.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. You mentioned, FTX there and Axie and Matic. So really some incredible, names there. But Gwendolyn, let's go back to you a little bit. I'd like to understand a little bit more about MVB5.
Yeah, before I reply to that, Leah, can I just respond to Tyler as well? Just because working more closely with Tyler and Binance Labs is great for us. Because as you heard some of the projects and track record that they have, they're really chain agnostic. So in BNB Chain for MVB, it's very BNB Chain focused. Having a bit of that insight into the multi-chain world is always good, because at BNB Chain, we always say that we're all for a multi-chain world. So I just want to respond there, because it's an amazing partnership that we're very excited to continue. Yeah. So what is MVB5? Okay. So I think MVB5, okay, we've mentioned a few seasons of MVB already, right? And MVB has been evolving throughout, again, the last year and a half. For MVB5, it's titled Uncharted Territory. And for us, we are looking to find more projects who are building new things in new spaces that we haven't thought of, precisely why Uncharted Territory. So from a logistics and timing perspective, I think quite a few builders of you out there may be interested to find out about when it starts and all. So kicking off applications end of May, actually today, and to the whole of towards the end of June, we'll hold applications open. So please apply. And we will have an 8-week incubation program for you, where you will go through a whole series of, again, masterclasses, fireside chats, not just with people from the BNB Chain side, bringing to you, BNB Chain specific stuff, but we also want, again, to invite you to kind of have more closed door, private conversations with people from the community. So yeah, so the high level applications start now, today, and we'll go on for the next few weeks, and then we'll selection process, and then some of you will come aboard.
Nice. Application starting now. I think it's just such great timing because everybody's sort of feeling a little bit down given, prices right now in the market. So it's great to see that things are starting to heat up in this area. I think definitely will spark some inspiration, some much needed inspiration right now. But stepping back from MVB and other amazing initiatives that BNB Chain is offering right now, what kind of innovations are you expecting to come into the BNB Chain ecosystem, Gwen?
Innovations are super exciting. I would love to hear Tyler's point of view as well, right? Because he also sees from a multi-chain perspective. So from BNB Chain side, we've been looking at it from a few ways. When we look at growing crypto to the first 1 billion users, and of course, on our side, we want to, hopefully the first billion users will be on BNB Chain. We're really looking at it like what's needed for technology to get to that level, to be able to support at mass scale this 1 billion users. So already in MVB for the latest season, we've been seeing more infrastructure and tooling projects, right? A few more DAO projects are also coming along, which is super exciting. So we don't think this trend will stop. We are looking at these trends to continue for MVB5. We've seen actually a little bit of a kind of morphing of interest, from not just gaming play to earn GameFi, but more gamified social experiences. So you're really seeing kind of from a trends perspective, the industry at large, the builders at large, really evolving how they're thinking about product and how they're thinking about tokenomics and engaging users. So that's really, really exciting.
Yeah, and Tyler, do you want to weigh in a little bit here?
Yeah, sure, definitely. So just resonate with what Gwen just said. I think completely agree. I think we should be expecting more sort of multi-chain, cross-chain infrastructure and also middle layer tools that can sort of help scale mass adoption and also sort of blockchain function overall. I think we're very excited to see sort of more use cases around different sectors such as, social-fi, sort of GameFi that Gwen just mentioned, and also, more innovations around NFT and metaverse and DeFi. So definitely some very exciting trends we're seeing here. Especially, I think during the current market, I think we should be more patient and we'll definitely see more innovations coming out.
Tyler, I want to get a little bit more detail on the investment trends in crypto, because I know there are some big numbers and some big stats that you can share with us.
Yeah, for sure. So I think in the first quarter of this year, 2022, crypto startups, they raised, I think, more capital than ever before. I think the record was somewhere around like $9.2 billion of venture capital that's been funded so far. So some of the protocols constitute sort of the infrastructure of the future, or whereas we call sort of the new stage of internet Web3. So I definitely think that huge number, that 9.2 billion, indicates that there's real interest, very strong interest emerging in the space from investors, both from Web2 and Web3. So I think Binance and BNB Chain and Binance teams were here to sort of, welcome sort of all innovations, projects, investors across sort of Web2 and Web3. And we're going to be sort of providing the infrastructure and also all the sort of framework to help the project to succeed in the future.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to look at that number, $9.2 billion, which is truly crazy. So I think it's obvious that we're, times are very exciting. We're definitely at the forefront of innovation here. So, it's great to see labs and MBB helping new startups get involved in this. So this again really does showcase BNB Chain's emphasis on community, bringing more developers into Web3, and its efforts to onboard new users. So I want to thank Gwen and Tyler so much for joining us today, and of course to our audience. We do have a short break coming up where we'll be going to see all of our communities together in person. So that's all from me, and we'll see you around the cryptoverse. Hi, welcome back, everyone. Now I'm back to being the host. Hope you enjoyed a little break. I was rocking out to the music. So you sat through all the announcements and panels just before this. And while they were insightful, exciting, we know they've been waiting for this, to know the winners of the first ever Revelation Hackathon. So let's start by first inviting Sammy up on stage to give us a summary of the hackathon.
Hey, Gwen.
Hi, Sammy. Hi, Sammy. So can you just give us an overview of what has happened over the last 50 days?
Yeah, it's been quite spectacular. We received over 200, we received a total of 216 projects for the Revelation Hackathon across the 6 tracks, which were disruptive DeFi, innovative infra, DAOs and D communities, NFT, gaming, metaverse, and frontier tech, as well as blockchain for good. We also had a huge amount of community participation with over 29,000 votes from the community. And so we had a large amount of participation, really great projects. So from the whole BNB chain and on behalf of the whole community, want to say a big thank you to everyone who participated.
And so, so there's been a lot of, sponsors and projects and community leaders have been involved. So let's go into what do the winners of each track win and where did it go from here?
Sure. So for each track, there's a total prize pool of $100,000. So half of it, with 50K, goes to quadratic funding, with the amount being distributed to projects based on the community voting results. The other 50K, the other half, the other 50K, gets distributed to top projects based on the judges voting. So Dora Hacks, our hackathon partner, will go into more detail about this a little bit later. Essentially, the funds are going to really help the projects grow. It's going to allow them to invest into more resources and help accelerate the growth of these projects. As we would have heard from the MVB panel, all the winners and runners-up can also use the BNB Chain Revelation Hackathon track winner or track runner-up credentials in the upcoming MVB5 as well. The hackathon participants also get access to multiple curricula that will help towards their progress and further development. So there's a large number of benefits, financial and non-financial, that are really geared towards helping the developers do what they do best, which is build.
Awesome. Thank you, Sammy. So this was the first time that BNB Chain did a first 50-day global hackathon. How were we and the team able to make sure that the community felt connected?
So our community managers in many different regions around the world organize local IRL, like in-person meetups, as well as online meetups to get our communities together, to collaborate, discuss ideas, build and meet each other. So we had over 3,000 community members in 5 regional locations get together and meet in person.
That's amazing because ultimately, we had basically an online and offline component to this whole summit, right? It's been great. Oh, this hackathon rather, not summit. So amazing. Thank you so much, Sammy, for telling us all about what has happened over the last 50 days. So I'll see you shortly when we announce the winners, okay?
Yeah, see you in a bit.
Thank you. So right now, I would love to... Hi again, everyone. Okay, welcome back. Yeah, I was about to bring on Steve. I didn't realize there's a video upcoming. But hey, Steve, from Dora Hacks, welcome back on stage. Dora Hacks has been our partner for this hackathon, and we've worked with them closely over the past 2 months to make this first 50-day BNB Chain Revelation Hackathon really be successful. So Steve, welcome.
Hi, Gwen. Happy to meet you again.
Yeah, exactly. Again, we're always seeing each other online, right? So Steve, tell us more about the judging process here. How has the judging process worked? How did it work this time?
Yeah. So actually very happy to introduce Dora Hacks judging, the ways we used in the past hundreds of hackathons to Revelation again. So as Sammy introduced few minutes ago, we have 2 portion of the prize pool. There's a judge prize pool, and the prize money are distributed to different teams as in judge voting results. There's also community prize pool where everyone have a say in how much prize money each team can receive from the community prize pool based on quadratic funding results. So yeah, we have finished the community voting, and actually all of the funding are already there to distribute to different teams, and we're in the process of judge voting results. Actually, we have just received the voting today. Who are the judges for this hackathon are very reputable sponsors, their CEOs, CTOs, leading BNB ecosystem partners, and reputable VCs in the space. So I believe there are many brilliant projects selected from the 216 submissions. I believe there will be the next Ceton Arena or the next Pancake Swap emerging from this hackathon, and very happy to have, I think, all of the guests today to present the winners to you. Very happy to let all of you know who are the winners of the hackathon. Yeah, and I think what I'm particularly excited about this hackathon is that not only have we seen brilliant startups in GameFi and NFT space. This is actually where BNB ecosystem is particularly strong at. We have innovated at the Frontier Tax track and Blockchain for Good track, covering many frontier sectors in the industry that I think the other ecosystem haven't really paid attention to. So yeah, we have seen amazing startups in this one. So very happy to have this opportunity to co-host this event with BNB Chain team. And yeah, before I go, just want to let everyone know that the next hackathon is kicking off in a month. So if you are particularly excited about building in BNB Chain ecosystem, participating in another round of Revelation, stay in touch. And the next hackathon will kick off in July. Yeah.
I love that, Steve. I actually wanted to ask you a bit more about the judging process as well, because it was like, how difficult was it to coordinate amongst all the different judges?
Oh yeah, I think we have, I think at least 30, 40 judges for this one. How it works is that each judge will have a few votes to vote for different teams for the tracks they're responsible for. And the prize money are distributed to different teams based on how many votes they received from different judges. And I think this gives the judges discretion on if they want to support multiple teams, they can do that. And they can also rank them by giving more votes to the team they preferred. And the prize money are distributed based on how many votes each team receives. So even if a team just received one vote from one judge, they can still take something out of it. I think that's the beauty of it. If you are building something great, you don't need everyone to appreciate your work. If someone that understands that you have a huge potential, you can win something by winning the prize money, but also winning the recognition from the judge. So yeah, I think this is actually one of the hackathons with great outcomes that we see. A lot of the winners that will be revealed today are building something great, very exciting. You will know who they are in the next hour. So yeah, I think thank you for the judges for taking time to participate, and thank you for contributing to make BNB Chain ecosystem great. Yeah.
Thank you. Exactly. And actually, Steve, you brought up a good point, because sometimes the most genius projects are on the borderline of like, it looks so crazy. You know, it can be really good or really bad, right? So you do need the differing and diverse perspectives as well of the judges, and thus the judging process. So thank you for that. Again, as well, Steve, thank you for being our partner. Thank you for, managing, helping us, make this first Revelation Hackathon successful. As Steve said to everyone, we are kicking off the next round in about a month's time. So look out for it. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Gwen.
From Sammy and Steve, you heard about the overall kind of what has transpired over the last 50 days. You've heard a bit about the judging process. Let's look at the criteria as to how the judges, selected and scored the projects. So first, overall, we looked at the quality of the project submissions, meaning we're looking for creativity, originality. We want the developers and builders to innovate, to look at the world with new eyes, right? Either through looking at old problems with new eyes, or looking at finding new problems in the industry. So we really want to make sure that there is innovation here. Second big bucket is how good was the implementation of the idea. From a technical perspective, again, as this is a hackathon, the technicality is very important, how well the project was developed, coded. But then again, on the technically aside, we still need it to be usable, right? So we're talking about UI and UX, whether it had a user-friendly interface, and from a user experience perspective, how easy was it? Was it smooth, not smooth? So that's a second big bucket. Third bucket is potential impact. Because ultimately, again, for us, it's always about, again, bringing on mass crypto adoption, 1 billion crypto users. And we really want to make sure that, when these innovations happen, they're not bringing new ideas for the sake of new ideas. It's how much can they impact society and people, right? Again, on the future of Web3, whether these projects address real issues in the market and how big really of an impact they will create, how many lives may they change, for example. So now the time we've all been waiting for, announcing the winners. So first up, Disruptive DeFi. So let's welcome Sammy back again to present the Disruptive DeFi runner-ups and winner. Sammy, please.
Hey, Gwen, super excited to be back to announce the winner. So for the Disruptive DeFi track, we were really looking at teams to look at DeFi 2.0 and sophisticated DeFi Legos. So these are things like liquid staking, looking at decentralized derivative protocols, could be things like everlasting options, perpetuals markets, options vaults, structured products, fixed income products, and many more. There were a total of 42 project submissions, and the judges have voted for the top 3 projects. So here are our runners-up. Congratulations to Velvet Capital and Weave. You guys did a really amazing job, and we're very close, only a few votes apart. So congratulations again, and great work. And now for the big winner for the Disruptive DeFi track. The winner is...
And the winner is...
A huge congratulations to Insure Ace Protocol. So they were the winner. We're judged across all of the criteria that Gwendolyn shared earlier, and were the outstanding project in the Disruptive DeFi track. Big congratulations to the Insure Ace team, and let's hear a little bit more from them. Big congratulations again to the Insure Ace team for winning the DeFi track. We've got the pleasure to have Dan, who's the CMO at Insure Ace, with us today. We're gonna have a chat, but before we get into it, here's a video from the lead track owner for the DeFi track from Venus. Dan, congratulations again. Tell us a little bit more about Insure Ace, the team behind Insure Ace, and how did this project come to be? What was the inspiration?
Yeah, no worries. I mean, guys, it's always great to be recognized for what we do. in the space is so new, and it's very hard to get the sort of recognition. Everyone's working so hard to build it. So we're super thrilled to have one here and be recognized for what we are doing. So we want to say thank you to BNB Chain, the community, everyone who voted on the hackathon to get us here on the DeFi track. We've been working with BSC and BNB Chain for a while now, so it's a real pleasure to see this sort of start to come full circle. As you mentioned, I'm just to give introductions. I'm Dan. I'm the CMO over at Insurace. We've been going for just over a year now. So our main net was launched onto the Ethereum network 13 months ago, and onto the BNB chain, which was BSC, around about 10 or 11 months ago now. So last year. So we were the first DeFi insurance protocol to be built onto the BNB chain, and it's our lead. It's our biggest. We have the most customers and the biggest sales from the BNB chain. Insurace.io is an insurance protocol built onto 4 different chains now. We cover 20 different public chains in total and 140 different protocols that are on there. Our goal is to make crypto safer for everyone. We protect users against bugs, hacks, stablecoin depegs, and IDO risks and custodian risks. This basically allows us to essentially mitigate any risks of the investors into different protocols and stablecoins, for example, have in the space. It allows us to make things right when things go wrong. Sometimes hacks and bugs are necessary in this space. It's such a growing, emerging space that they're almost a necessary evil. We're just the ones that are there to protect users when they are unfortunately part of the downside of that. I think anyone who's been in the space, and myself included, for any amount of time has been wrecked at some point. So it's nice to be on the other side of that and actually give some sort of peace of mind and protection at the end of the day. The project is about a year and a half old in total. It was founded by our founder Oliver, who is an incredible guy. He was the CTO at one of Asia's biggest exchanges, and came up with the idea for Insurace around September 2020, when he saw a need for the market for a quality decentralized solution that starts with crypto and DeFi, but can be adapted for the wider market in the long term. So we've come a long way since then. We're now the fastest growing in the space. We generated around $2 million worth of revenue in our first year. And the growth is continuing. We've had a first couple of big claims come through the last couple of months. So it's a real, let's say, pressure test for us, which is great because we've been waiting for this. And out the back of this, we're going to be, growing bigger and better and stronger, and working closely with all aspects of BNB Chain and the wider Binance ecosystem.
That's really awesome. Thanks a lot for sharing that fascinating insights on Insurace. Would love to get a little bit more perspective from you on how you see adoption growing for DeFi insurance. Of course, like recent events with the UST DPEG, I know that Insurace had a lot of covers sold for that, and there will be a lot of claims that will be paid out through that as well. So I think that also, although it was very unfortunate for users that were impacted, I think will contribute towards users thinking differently about the insurance in DeFi. I think until recently, the adoption has been fairly slow, just because of user preferences and how users are thinking about risk within DeFi more broadly. But we'd love to get more perspective from how you guys are thinking about that and what you're seeing.
Sure. I mean, it ties in with, yes, obviously, some examples of recent hacks, and especially the UST case is such a huge one. We're facing and probably paying out around about $11 million, which is huge for the space, but it gives the case studies to show that we are doing what we said we'd do. The adoption as a whole is shifting towards, more and more towards adoption. I think that some of the people who've been in the space for, a few years now, the degens, they factor in the risk of getting wrecked as part of their investment portfolio anyway. So they're less likely probably to be buying the insurance, but the people who are coming into the space, the new people, the more traditional money, the traditional style of money, the fund managers. They're the ones who are being careful about these risks. They're the ones who are looking for these options, and we're seeing it more and more from requests that we get from big funds, from funds coming into space, from users coming into space who are looking for these opportunities. But of course, people always want the insurance after the fact. So yes, for example, the UST case is a huge one, and I can't tell you how many messages I get a day asking for USDD, USDN, USDC insurance, like pretty much every other, okay, USDC doesn't come into this, but every other algo stable out there, we've now got inundated requests for. So even though it's obviously for a bad reason, it is driving adoption in a very big way. But this was already the case. I mean, you're looking at 120 million worth of hacks in DeFi in 2020, up to 2.6 billion in 2021. And this year, that's already been surpassed before you even start to look at the Terra Luna UST case. Not that that's really a hack, but the depegging is something that's covered by the insurance. So, you start to really rack up these numbers that are accelerating. And I think it was the Masari end of year report that actually was the one to say that 2022 is a great time to be an insurance salesman in DeFi, which is nice for us. But at the same time, we have to, obviously face a lot of pressure situations to really progress that as well. And we are. And so the adoption is there, it is ready. Once we get through this particular case, and once the sort of the air is settled a bit, the dust settled a bit, then following that, we will be back on the growth track, back on the explosion growth path, and we will be I'm sure that there are people waiting to eat up our capacity once we expand. And even from the other side, we've got funds and traditional finance, insurance companies, knocking down our door now, basically asking us to get involved. How can they get exposure to this market? How can they get in? And we're bridging that gap as well. So we're tackling it from all sides, not only the existing DeFi needs, emerging markets like NFTs, GameFi, Metaverse, but also the bridging back to the traditional world, which actually allows us to really cover the space in a wider way.
That's really cool. You gave us a little bit of a hint here about what the community can expect to see from Insurace in terms of product roadmap and key focus areas. Can you tell us a little bit more? What are the key things that you guys are working on? What are the main priorities? What's coming next?
Yeah, sorry, it's always easy to get ahead of myself and talk about the fun stuff, right? You never want to sit there and talk about the past or the problems. Yeah, so the future's great. So we brought out our V2 roadmap just last month. So the first changes for that have happened already. We've got some new branding in, we've got some new updates to the app. Our app's getting a bit of an overhaul right now, so that the updated app will come through. This UST case, again, is a trial by fire, so there are loads of new improvements to the policies, to the systems, to our operations, to pretty much everything, to how stakers' funds are used and held at the time of a claim. Everything is being added into our existing V2 upgrades. The other aspects of the V2 are that we will be finally launching our investment arm, which has become a huge priority for us here, which generates extra revenues for not only us, but it also helps us to generate better returns for stakers and investors in our protocol. We've got an insurance marketplace coming up, allowing people to create any insurance for any protocol at a risk level that can be set independently. We've got a tokenomics upgrade. So this basically generates higher use cases for our token holders, much beyond governance and rewards. It allows users to actually have a share of revenues, have a share of profits, have a buyback and redistribution aspect, as well as bonding to the protocol itself. Our V2 all-round upgrades, they're super ambitious, but in the next sort of 3 to 4 months, will all be fully released, and it really is an exciting time for us this year. It's, on top of some of the other aspects I've already talked about in terms of increasing capacity and bridging the gap to the wider market, these particular V2 and app and system upgrades really are, revolutionary for the space.
Awesome. One last quick question before we get into a demo. For listeners, where's the best place for listeners to go to follow the latest updates and information and what's happening at Insurace?
Sure. Any listeners can go to insurace.io. That's insure, INSURACE. insure.io. Follow us on Twitter, insure_io. Pretty much everything on the same handle. Or join our Telegram or Discord. Our Discord currently is being manned by myself about 16 hours a day as we get through the UST case. So you're going to get some real direct answers if you're in there at the moment. Otherwise, you can really get involved just through our Twitter and Telegram groups.
Awesome, thanks a lot. Well, let's get into it. We'd love to see a demo. If you could walk us through the product in detail.
Sure. So this is the start of our app as it currently stands. Again, the upgrades to our app are coming out in the next pretty soon. Haven't got an exact date right now, but weeks, not months. So with our app. The main page that most people go to is to buy covers. Obviously, they can connect their wallet through either Ethereum, Binance, Polygon, or Avalanche, and we have different wallet solutions that we cover as well. MetaMask through Coin98, Trust Wallet through Wallet Connect. We cover all these different chains. So again, 20 different public chains. And these are the different risk types we cover, from smart contracts, stablecoin, custodian risks, IDO risks, or bundle covers. Bundle covers that are for higher value users who want to put a custom bundle. Say someone's got some assets staked into Beefy with an underlying pool in PancakeSwap. They might want to connect that with the deposit of Abracadabra Mim and bundle it all together into one package. Overall, let's say we're going to pick out some BSC projects. Luckily, through our app, you can actually select multiple different protocols that you want to cover at the same time. Quite a lot sold out right now because our capacity has been very popular, and it will be expanding in June, including Venus, which is great to see. Anyway, so I'm going to just pick 4 here very quickly. Once you have the different protocols you wish to cover, you can go through to essentially a shopping cart. You would then select the type of currency that you'd like to use to cover with. So maybe we say USDC. Maybe we want to cover, let's say, 10,000 in each of these different protocols. And then you can select whether you want it for 15 days up to 365. So say I'm going to cover it for 30 days in each. Now, with 30 days cover in each of these different protocols, the premium comes to, so this is covering $40,000 for $100 for 30 days. If you have a referral reward, so either from a referee, or you can set your own one up in our referral program at the top here, and it's all on chain referrals. You can also have a bit of a reward for that as well. Once you're there, you can unlock, and it's as simple as that, to connect your wallet, go through, make the purchase, and you'll be insured on these different protocols for that amount of time that you've set. And that's it. Everything's on chain, no KYC compared to some of our other competitors. And once that confirms for all 4, that's your insurance coverage done. On our mining page, on the other hand, so this is where the underwriting capacity comes from in the first place. This is where you can stake with us to provide the underwriting capacity for returns from 6% up to sometimes 40%, depending on the requirements of certain pools, and that changes. We also have liquidity mining options on each chain, so that you can go there to get some different types of rewards as well. The underwriting does come with the risk of some of the funds, which has been unfortunately quite high for the UST case, but going forward, we're limiting that right down. So going forward, the actual risk to stakers is going to be relatively low. We also typically use our premium pools first. So unless it is a particularly high level hack or, again, depegging event, which we thought was slightly more unlikely than it was, it's very unlikely that we use a lot of stakers funds anyway. So all of this is nice, easy, simple UI UX to be able to use. And then we have our data page. Now, this is something else that we are very, very good at compared to anyone else in this space. Our data page is one of the most transparent, and everything's on chain, everything's verifiable. But you can use our data page to dig out any of the data that we have, everything from active covers to when the covers are expiring, which are the protocols you can see how many have active covers on. You can filter this all by chain, so maybe let's do that. You can see the amount of cover sold totally, the amount of cover done total, as well as the total active cover and cover sold on each chain and each protocol as we go. And seeing here that, and then everything's exportable, nice and easy for users who wish to really dig into it all. Our homemade, our in-house built bridge is also there. So this allows people to bridge their Ensure tokens between different bridges. So we don't use any external bridges for our own security reasons. Everything's in-house. Built. Our tech guys are some of the best in the space, some of the fastest guys I've ever had the pleasure of working with. They make my job a living hell by getting things done way too fast, and I have no time to announce it. But at the same time, it's a real pleasure to work with them because of that as well. They get things done as soon as they can. At this point, I'd encourage anyone to go to our referral page and create their own referral code by connecting their wallet. And then this can be shared, which will give the referee a 5% reward and the person you refer a 5% reward as well on purchase. So that's a nice little discount and reward for anyone who wants to sort of share what we do with their friends, family, and other DeFi investors. I think that's pretty much it. I think I can't think of anything else to go through. Yeah, so that's the app. It's been working great so far. V2 is a super sexy version, if I can say that, of this, but the core functionality will remain the same. So as much as I love to give a nice little snapshot, it's not quite ready yet, so I can't. I'll get told if I do, unfortunately. But it's going to be it's a lot of improvements coming there as well.
Cool. Another quick question here. So I saw InsureAce is supporting a couple of chains, ETH, BSC, Polygon, and AVAX. Is there different insurance markets or covers on each chain, or how does that work?
Yeah, great question. So beforehand, yes, the coverages were separated by chain, but one of the actual implemented items from our V2 that we've already managed to upgrade is actually an aggregator. So this allows for cross-chain aggregation of essentially insurance and mining and underwriting, essentially. So it allows that all capacity is shared between all chains. So it doesn't matter which chain you buy it on. So any capacity that was on, say, Binance is now available also on Polygon Avalanche and vice versa. So usually, trying to think of a good popular one, say GMX. GMX is yes, GMX. So GMX is super popular Binance protocol for us. And so when their coverage sold out very quickly on Binance, originally on the BSC, originally they were a bit annoyed that there was still capacity available on ETH, but they didn't want to use ETH because of gas fees. Now, because of the aggregated cross-chain coverage, it does allow them to access that capacity and use the Binance chain for buying cover on any other chain's capacity.
Very cool. Dan, big thanks for this comprehensive walkthrough. Really appreciate all the insights and information on what's coming up from InsureAce, and last but not least, congratulations again to you and the whole InsureAce team.
Thank you so much.
So let's welcome Patrick, VP of Marketing, to present the Blockchain for Good runner-ups and winner. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Gwen. For Blockchain for Good, we were looking for trustless fundraising and donations infrastructure and apps, decentralized credit and ID systems for citizens, decentralized information and education applications, and innovative Web3 implementations of traditional industries such as agriculture and energy. We had a total of 11 project submissions, and our judges voted for the top 3 projects. Here are our runner-ups. Congrats, Tokenized Impact Bonds and MetaBio. Great job, teams. And now let's go to the winner for Blockchain for Good.
And the winner is...
Congrats, Aquari, the big winner in Blockchain for Good. We've invited Cameron from Aquari to demo their project after this short break. Congratulations once again, Aquari, for winning the Blockchain for Good track. We have Cameron, co-founder of Aquari, joining us today. But first, here's a video from our lead track owner, Hashkey. Welcome, Cameron. Great.
Hello everyone, this is Zomin from Hashkey Capital. I'm here to say congratulations to the Aquari team for winning the Blockchain for Good track. Sorry for cannot join the lab panel, but as the lead track owner, we are very happy to see the innovative projects like the Aquari team. Congratulations once again. Thank you.
Welcome, Cameron. Great to have you here with us today.
Hi, Patrick. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. You know, I come here to you today because I'm representing a movement started by my community, and we would love to thank BNB, the BNB team, and Hashkey for allowing us to be here today. It's an honor to receive this reward and participate in the process, and I look forward to representing the Blockchain for Good category and continuing our impact for the many months to come.
Awesome, awesome. We're thrilled to have you here with us. Tell us a little bit more for those here that wouldn't know you. How would you describe the project?
Yes. So my name is Cameron Clark, and I'm the co-founder of the Aquari project on BNB Chain. So what is a quarry? A quarry is essentially a decentralized environmental conservation organization with a clean to earn token incentive. So how this was, the inception happened is basically, we thought that, when it came to Web 2, every industry in existence had a Web 2 enabled version of said industry. And we believe Web 3, being the third version of the internet and the decentralization of all our infrastructure, every existing industry will have its own Web 3 enabled equivalent organizations. And so what we're trying to build at Aquari here is to DAOify NGOs and turn environmental conservation organizations into a social enterprise. Our main goal is we want to utilize the blockchain to engineer an artificial market force to attach a profit incentive to environmental conservation efforts and allow the democratization of the value captured.
That's awesome. This is no wonder that you guys have on this track, right? So it's super important, and we have to have more organizations like you guys working on this. But you mentioned DAOs, and you mentioned the power of Web3. So how, in your mind, in the way that you approach this, how do you see the difference between Web3 and Web2? What are the differences in terms of approach? And maybe also for the end users?
Yes. Well, what I would see is that, since we're in the information era, I obviously Web 2 was the development of, information infrastructure and whatnot. And the way I see Web 3 is the ability the decentralization of this infrastructure allows us to coordinate networks of value. So in my eyes, I believe that Web 3 in the information era allows us to coordinate human networks of humans in an unprecedented way. What I call this is it allows the possibility for what I would consider to be either network or market engineering, and tokens and smart contracts allow for this. Personally, on a personal level, I'm personally fascinated with the idea of using Web3 to coordinate human labor. A lot of people in DeFi are working on the financialization of the space, but I firmly believe, okay, yes, you can have Wall Street being made, but in order to make any economy work, there needs to be, LLCs and C Corps actually creating and generating the value. If there's no companies, there's no, what are you financializing? So personally, I would just personally say that when in the aspect of a quarry, I'd like to take Uber, for example. Uber is a company that has aggregated and actively coordinated a network of humans who are essentially willing to take the time out of their day to fulfill the need of driving someone to their destination at any given time. Web 2 was able to achieve this coordination because the value lies in the connection between the driver and the person that wants the ride. However, something, for example, like say environmental conservation or having a clean world, the value of that actually is decentralized and hidden within us all. And so in order to capture that value, you need like token incentives in order to coordinate the allocation of that value. And this is what we're essentially using a quarry to try and capture with our clean to earn incentive. As Uber was turning regular people into taxi drivers on demand, a quarry aims to turn regular individuals onto an on-demand planetary cleanup crew.
That's really fascinating, mind-blowing. I really love this concept, and yeah, I'm a firm believer of decentralization, right? So with Web 2, we had just a few organizations having the power of really capturing the value of these markets for themselves, while with Web 3, this value is decentralized, so it's shared among everybody. So, that's perfect. And I think DAOs also work along these lines, right? So you have a decentralized structure governing your application or your blockchain or whatever. So that's super cool. Very good. Yeah, maybe you could now demonstrate your project to us a little bit more.
Yes, for sure, Patrick. I'd love to. Let me start sharing my screen for you all.
Awesome.
So here's one of the claims. Our community actually voted they wanted to help with the flood relief in Belgium because there were floods in Central Europe as of last year. Yes, as you can see in the river right there, there's a giant wall. This is heavy. This actually came off from one of the buildings where the flood damage happened. So you're about to see, everyone that you see here is a DAO member. They own the token. And some people drove for like 3 hours. You're going to see us like lift up this wall out of the river right here.
Watch out, guys. All right. Yeah, we did it.
Yes, yes. So that's Belgium.
Awesome. Yeah, this is really amazing to see this. What's the vision like from here? You mentioned India. What's to come for you guys?
Yes, yes. So what's next is basically the past year we thought a lot of I would say other products in the regenerative finance space, they tend to focus on developing the protocol first and then trying to actually I guess strap impact on top of that through existing orgs. For us, we decided that it's important to actually create the organization first, our own environment, and then once we actually have boots on the ground, we then can actually develop the DeFi infrastructure and the DApp infrastructure to publicly be transparent about where the allocation of capital goes. And so the idea here is that there's two phases to the acquired project that I see on the timeline to answer your question. Is that first phase is, I would say, fill in the market fit that NGOs have, which is connecting individuals with capital who want to do good for the world and connecting them with laborers, people that want to actually give time. We want to be that middleman and actually provide that same service, that same psychological value without people having to donate. A lot of people are willing to say, stake their capital, have it in like a savings account and get the same results than, for example, donate and lose their money. So once we do that and we've established this network, this decentralized network of people that could be summoned for cleanups in exchange for tokens, right, at any given moment, the next phase is once this network is mature enough, you can actually approach the monetization strategy for the DAO is to actually become a government contractor, per se. So the idea is that you can approach local municipal governments and in nations that have trouble with waste management, we actually want to be a decentralized and community-owned public utility company, if that makes sense. So the idea is that with Malhar, he was saying, you know, the reason why all this trash ends up on the beach is not just because, hey, like they don't care about their homes. It's that there is no infrastructure in these neighborhoods to actually come and pick up the trash and take it away. And so the idea is that if we can develop this decentralized network of like laborers that can be summoned on demand, similar to Uber, to participate in cleanups and go door to door and pick up, take people's trash and dispose them in the proper areas, we can then provide this as a service to municipal governments to actually provide that set infrastructure. And the profits would be deposited into the protocol to actually earn a yield for the DAO as a whole. So Aquari's end final goal is to become a collective, community governed and owned public utility company for the developing world. And that is how we actually want to enact change.
Amazing. That's really great. I'm sure we'll keep hearing a lot about you guys. It's really important work. Excellent. So thank you for joining us today, Cameron, and congratulations again.
Thank you so much, Patrick. It's a pleasure to be building on BNB Chain.
So great work to all the teams again so far. We now have another short break, but this break is slightly different. We're using this break to highlight an amazing Music 5 project on BNB Chain, Corite, that recently collaborated with world-renowned DJ and producer Alan Walker. Some of you would know Faded, okay? So Corite allows artists to bring their fans into the making and support of any upcoming musical release they have. And this June 3rd, Alan Walker is releasing Unity together with his fans in the largest Corite fan campaign so far. So we'll play the video. Once you see the video, you get it. Let's roll it.
The stars light up the sky. We see them flying free. That's just like you and me. Everyone is lonely.
Hello, walkers. I am Walker 7417.
18677. 17210 from Italy.
I'm from Egypt. From Orlando, Florida, in the United States. And I was the one behind the cover art for Unity.
And I worked on the drums for the song Unity. I made the part of pads and plugs in Unity. When I first heard about the project, I thought it was really exciting and the idea really resonated with me, especially when the song was heading to the idea of community and helping each other out.
Unity has and forever will hold a special place in my heart of what a group of people can do and make together if given the chance.
I feel really excited. At the moment, I'm not believing that I had the opportunity to create a song with my idol and my favorite artist, Alan Walker.
A thunder starts to roar. The lion awakes the wave, but through it we are brave. Everyone is lonely sometimes, but I would walk 1,000 miles
I kind of semi-need the music track of this this whole summit, rocking it out. But hey, okay, congrats again to Cora and Alan Walker. The artist is already working his next project because more than 3,000 fans actually backed Unity. But okay, now to DAOs and communities. Let's keep going with these winner announcements. Yuri, our Executive Director of BNB Foundation, to the stage to take over this part. Yuri, please.
Thanks, Gwen. So here at BNB Chain, we are big believers in the power of DAOs and the potential of DAOs to do incredible things, like bring more transparency and participation to governance. And so it's really important for us to support the most innovative DAO projects that are pushing the leading edge of what we're trying to do here. Some of the ideas that we have been hoping to see and we're hoping to see from the DAO track at this hackathon include disruptive DAOs and DAO as a service, DAO operating systems, and tooling for treasury and governance, decentralized government, DGov, infrastructure, and DAO 2.0, namely creative designs, media DAO, venture DAO, social DAO, and things like that. For this hackathon, there were a total of 28 project submissions, and our judges have voted for the top 3 projects. Here are our runners-up. Big congratulations to Hotpot and DAO Ryaki. Great work, everybody. And now, here's the winner of the DAOs and D Communities track.
And the winner is...
Now, here's the winner of the DAOs and Communities track. Congratulations to ZK Payroll. Let's find out what their project is all about. So we're here kicking off the DAOs and D Communities panel, and we are here with our winner, ZK Payroll. And we're very excited to have George and Black Rabbit here representing their team. And we also have Ja from GuildFi. So welcome, everybody. We're very excited to have you here to talk about this.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, everyone.
So I think that what you're doing is incredibly exciting. We have a few questions for you. But maybe before that,
could you just walk us through very quickly a summary of what ZK Payroll does, so that everyone is on the same page?
Okay. First, we will thank the BNB Chain for giving us this chance to show up our project, the ZK Payroll. And the ZK Payroll is a tool for the companies, for helping the companies which want to send the salary to their employers with cryptocurrencies. Yes, we made 3 features of this website, and we will maybe introduce it later. Yes.
Perfect. So I think that it would be, great to go through that in a little bit, but just based on our conversations about your project, I think it's worth noting that you guys have a very exciting roadmap, which starts with batch pay, which allows an employer to basically send out mass payments to its employees in crypto, which solves a big headache right now. And this is something that we're talking with a lot of companies, large and small, about. And then you're going to build in streaming pay functionality, which is a really incredible advance, I think, that is catching a lot of attention right now, because it allows you to use the very, very low cost value transfer advantages of crypto and pay people on a daily basis instead of, say, a monthly basis or a bi-monthly basis. And then you guys have a really interesting thing, which I'll let you go into more deeply, but basically it's a sort of safe box that allows employers to kind of park, or allow their employees to park their money in a safe place, which they can withdraw from, but which helps to reduce the risks of hacking and things like that. So I think it's really cool, and looking forward to learning more. But I think maybe to kick this off, why don't we go over to Ja? And Ja, I think you had a question for our winners here.
Thanks, Yuri. First of all, we just want to congratulate, the team that, ZK Payrolls, right? That is the winner of this track. The team is actually solving what, via the DAO ecosystem right now having so much problem about, right? Batching payments, privacy, hiding all the salaries from other employers, which is, very normal in the traditional companies, right? That, certain employees shouldn't know another one's salaries here, so far so on, right? So congratulations. And, for me, I would just ask a couple of questions, what do you think about, the key factors behind like a successful DAO? Do you think your product is actually, a part of it?
Yes. Yes. In fact, we built a DAO called the BC App DAO. Yes, and we use this organization for publish our project. This ZK Payroll is the first project in our BC App DAO, and we think there are a lot of the challenges for a DAO organization between the traditional companies, maybe like the sender salaries. So we made the ZK Payroll for helping the DAO and helping more and more the modern companies can use the modern ways to pay their employers with the cryptocurrencies. Yes.
That's really cool. So it sounds like you guys are not just creating a DAO, but it sounds like some of the inspiration for ZK Payroll came from your own experiences with your DAO and with other DAOs, and some of the headaches that exist right now when trying to pay a large number of people crypto on a regular basis. Could you maybe just for the audience, could you briefly describe this initial user problem that you're solving? Why is it difficult to send crypto to your employees right now before ZK Payroll?
It's a safe box. Maybe we can tell us very short two of our very short stories. One is I was working in a Malaysia company before, and the company pay me use the cryptocurrencies, and the CFO pay the employer the employers overseas like me use the USDT, and they need to pay me once a month and maybe pay the employers overseas one by one. And it's a very, very traditional ways. And maybe it will have some mistakes one day. So we build the first feature called batch pay. Batch pay is from my own experience from that company. So we think the ZK payroll use the batch pay is a very easy way to send the employers, maybe 10 or more than maybe 100 employers in one click. So it is easy and not it will easy to send the salaries. Yes, for the traditional companies. And the judge, he has 2 colleagues was stolen the salary from hacker before. So we build the safe box. The safe box uses zero knowledge proof technology. So they can set a password, and if the hacker stolen their private key and the hacker don't know the password, he cannot store the money in this safe box. So maybe it is a very useful way for helping the employers. Maybe someone don't know the cryptocurrencies very well. Maybe very easy to stolen from the hacker. It will keep their money safe, and we think it's a useful functions. Yes.
That makes a lot of sense. So, we're speaking with companies that have, just to contextualize, hundreds of thousands of employees who are thinking about coming into Web3, and also who are thinking about making crypto, as what their employees' bonuses can be paid in, making this an option for the employee to choose. And I think it's incredible for you to really point at one of the challenges to that, which is traditionally, we've had to send these payments by hand, and that's not scalable to large numbers of employees. So that's a really big pain point that you guys are helping to solve. Of course, making sure that you're reducing the risk of sending the wrong amount is also really important in crypto as well, because it can be very difficult or even impossible to fix those types of errors. I also wanted to double click on streaming pay as a concept, because this is something that's very exciting. I think maybe not everyone will have heard of this term. So if I understand correctly, streaming pay means that because it's very, very cheap relative to the traditional financial system, for many crypto protocols, in particular protocols like BNB Chain, which has a very low cost of transfer, because of that low cost of transfer, it makes it affordable to send smaller amounts of value more often. And obviously, it makes it convenient as well, especially if you have batch pay already. And so what this does is that it allows you as an employer to say, well, maybe my employee would like to get paid every day instead of every week. Could you just comment on what you think the potential for streaming pay is? Why is this cool? Why is it important?
I think the streaming pay is a very modern way to send the salaries, because in the traditional companies, we just send the salaries once a month, maybe once a year. So it is very hard to send the salaries every day. So use the streaming pay. If you build Web3 companies, Web3 DAOs, and use a streaming pay, you can pay your employers very easily every day, even every second. So the employer can see his salary is growing, and they can see how many the salary they can take today. So I think it's a very different way to of the old experience before. Yes, because the cryptocurrencies bring this change, and I think it's very good to use it into the BNB chain, because the BNB chain, as you said, is very low cost, so the employers can withdraw their money every day. Maybe yes, they can take every day. Yes.
You said something I think that was really thought-provoking, which is that this is a more modern way to pay employees. And I think that's really interesting, right? One of the things that people, in my opinion, don't think enough about when it comes to crypto is the power to incentivize, right? I think one of the most miraculous things about Bitcoin, right, for example, when it was first created, is that you have people who aren't employed by any company, who pay the expense to go validate transactions and maintain the network, right? These are the miners. And they do that because there's a system that incentivizes them to do that. And I think that type of incentivization is revolutionary. And I think it's going to be applied to more and more to human activity, right? And the way that we work and the way that we live. And when you say that streaming pay allows for a more modern way of compensating people, one of the things that comes to mind to me, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, is that right now, if you get paid an annual bonus, that bonus is supposed to motivate you to work extra hard or to go the extra mile or to outperform. But of course, you have to wait a whole year to get that incentive. Now, if you use streaming pay, you can link bonuses to actions. You can send people very smaller amounts of value in return for taking daily actions that go above and beyond, for example. And so I think that there's a lot of potential there to improve how we link compensation to performance, for example. Do you have any thoughts on that and sort of how streaming pay could change the way that we work?
I think it's a very good example you tell just now. Maybe we will do the more actions in the streaming pay, like the bonus or link some actions. If you finish some targets or you finish some jobs, and you can get the streaming pay. Yes.
Ja, I bet you have a lot of thoughts on this, given what you do day in and day out. Did you want to kind of add on to this or add any questions? Because this is such an interesting area.
Actually, I really love the ideas. Like the streaming pay is just a start, right? But I think there are like many use cases that can, for example, bonuses, right? I can imagine, a real-time payment based on performance instead of you need to evaluate them, yearly. What if, as myself, I'm an engineer, right? We're doing like GitHub, you push code to GitHub, right? You open pull requests every single day, right? What if, every pull request that get merged, you're able to claim some bonuses, based on the streaming pay or, CK payrolls, right? So this could combine with, everything. I would say eventually, this kind of service need to be integrated with kind of like some certain centralized service that is, unavoidable. But I think it's a very kind of like open up a huge door. Merge your code, you did a good code review. Once the code merge, you get some certain bonus based on your, the code performance, right? So I think this is a very, very good idea and open up like tons of door based on, like the cheap, streaming salaries that is not possible before.
That's really cool. So for ZK payroll, I just wanted to make sure that we also highlighted the third part of your roadmap, which is this safe box. I think you said that before we started the panel, when we were discussing some of your stories about your project, you mentioned that the inspiration for this came from, I believe, George, from you and maybe one of your colleagues getting hacked and losing some tokens. How does this part of your roadmap, this safe box, how does it help employees, sort of more safely take care of their tokens?
Well, we recognize that the employee, the newbies, much easier to be stolen their assets. And even me, I worry about my wallet often. So I recognize that the wallet security is not safety as we think. So we build safe box. The safe box give your access double security. Your private key and your password. Even your private key is stolen, your password and the safe box is still safe. Or your password is stolen, the safe box is still safe. Both your private key and your password are stolen. That's so bad. Then the safe box will be cracked. Yes.
So, yes, the sandbox can protect our assets, double security.
I think it's really clever that you're building something of an end-to-end solution, right? Which sort of starts with the employer and solves their main pain point, which is how do I distribute value efficiently, quickly, and safely to a large number of employees if I'm using crypto? And then you're saying, okay, well, how do I do it more frequently, right? How do I do it at whatever frequency I want to, and in a way that lets me maybe incentivize my employees in a more clever way? And that's the streaming pay. But then you think about the pain points of the employees. And as you said, if you're going to be deploying this, particularly to Web 2 companies coming into Web 3, they'll have many people who are new to Web 3. They won't have spent as much time learning how wallets work, learning the particular types of risks and ways of mitigating risk that you need to follow with traditional kind of Web 3, DIY, complex, wallets, complex ways of doing this. And so what you're doing is you're basically building an easy button that they can push where the tokens can go to this safe place, and then they can withdraw it in a way which presumably is also going to be easier and safer. I think that's a really good fit for where we are, which hopefully is the beginning of a new wave of mass adoption for crypto. I know at BNB Chain, we've experienced incredible growth in the last year, but when you look at the companies with really, really large employee bases coming into Web3 or exploring how they can do things in Web3, solutions like what you guys are building are going to be really essential. Is there anything else that you would like the audience to know about your project that we haven't discussed so far?
Well, yes, we discussed the project recently, and we will add the social network recover things maybe like this in the safe box, because the judge says maybe one day I will lose my password, or I forgot my password. So we maybe later we will add the social network recover functions in the safe box. So maybe you can say 3 or maybe 5 what is the choice, and if you lose if you lose your password, you can use maybe 4 of the 5 what is choice you have set before, and to recover your password. Yes, we will try to make a very useful website, very useful features for the companies and for the employers, and we really want to make a good product. Yes, and we will improve the product maybe in recently days, and we will put it online later.
That's also really interesting. John, did you have any thoughts or any questions you wanted to add, particularly in this area where it looks like they're also thinking about how do we create something which lets people hold their tokens safely in the long term with a different type of user experience? I think everyone's heard of people losing their Bitcoin or losing access to the Bitcoin because they forgot they lost the piece of paper where they wrote down their password.
Yes.
That's not scalable either. But I would love to get your thoughts as well, Ja, on this subject.
What I love about the team is that they kind of like think, not just for the geeks, right? Or for as like engineers using the platform or the protocols, right? But even go beyond traditional uses, which is totally makes sense, right? This including just if any Web2 companies want to jump into Web3 world, right? And this is very important on that part. We have seen like tons of even like, one of the sophisticated users in crypto losing private keys or even get hacked, right? So even the professional ones also seeing like ton of risk about this, right? And I truly personally I believe that for crypto to go mass, you basically need a much better like custodian solutions, or even a better way for people to safeguard their private keys, right? Not just like a single string that you hold and then everything just vanish, right? That sounds very scary for imagine if you tell your mom that your bank account can be wiped with just losing this piece of paper. That doesn't make sense, right? So those kind of idea is very, very important for in the futures as companies grows, the ecosystem grow. This including not just payments or even like salaries, right? This including like gaming and everything that come with it. So it's very cool that it's very kind of like, very traditional startup way that we starting from the problems that we face, and then we just, go beyond how to fix the problems in skills, right? So nothing to add more than this. I think they really have everything in mind, and I believe that the team will not just stop here, right? But we'll keep growing the products, improve their protocols and the smart contracts and everything, and we're gonna see a much better product in the future and fixing every problems.
So thank you for that. So I want in a moment to invite Team ZK Payroll, George and Black Rabbit, to walk us through your product a little bit and kind of show us how it works. But before that, many people have been working really hard on this hackathon. You guys are the winners. Did you want to say? Did you want to say, so obviously huge congratulations again, and thank you for your hard work and your participation. Did you want to say a few words about the hackathon? And do you have any advice for teams that want to contribute or participate in future hackathons as to what they can do to maximize their chances of winning?
Okay, we will first thank the BNB Chain and for give us this chance, and thanks the Hackathon team to give us this prize. Yes, and it is my first hackathon project. Yes, because George asked me to do this hackathon with him, and I think it's a very good experience. And because we not even doing a very good project, but also we get the winner. Yes, it's very good experience with for me. Yes, thanks to BNB Chain and the hackathon team again.
And George, since you're the experienced one, do you have any advice for future teams in terms of how they can best make the most of this sort of hackathon?
Well, since BNB hackathon, and I heard of the hackathon just before the start, two weeks ago, and I asked Black Rabbit, and I say, well, it's a BNB Chain, it's BNB hackathon. We will do this. Yes, so we join this and we see the bounty. I pay low bounty, and then I think, well, maybe I can do this with ZK proof. So we start the project. Well, thanks again.
So it sounds like the advice is just do it, which is pretty good.
Yes, just do it.
Pretty good advice for a hackathon. So are you guys able to maybe pull up some pictures of your project and kind of walk us through it briefly?
Now, this is ZK payroll, give your access double security. The feature, we have three features. Feature one, batch pay. Batch pay, it can merge multiple transactions into one transaction. That part is the usual pay, one transaction, one payment, and it cost gas high and it costs time long. And the right part is batch pay, one transaction, multi payments. Just one transaction, so the gas is low and it's quick. Feature two,
sorry, 你直接讲下来。
The feature two is streaming pay. The employee, the receiver can claim the salary every second. First, sender deposit it to the contract, and then recipient withdraw from the contract, and then the contract calculates how much balance the recipient can claim, so the recipient can withdraw from the contract. So that is simple, but it's useful. Feature three, the safe box. The safe box is we recognize the newbie's first salary is much easier to be stolen. In fact, there are many traps to take our private key, and so we build safe box to save access, give the access double security. This is how it works, and every wallet has a safe box in the contract, and we use the ZK circuit to hide the password, and people has to use the password to sorry. Our owner input the password to ZK circuit at front end, and ZK circuit calculate the proof to contract. The contract verifies success and video to the owner. So the password is hiding by the ZK circuit. So this is the double security means. If the private key is stolen, the safe box is still safe. If the password is stolen, the safe box is still safe. Both private key and password are stolen, then that's so bad that the safe box will be correct. This is the ZK circuit, and it's complex, and we did it, and it works well.
Okay.
Okay, that's all.
Shall we show our website and then maybe we can show how it is doing in the website?
That would be amazing. We would love to see that.
ZK payroll.yz. Yes. Okay, there are three features of ZK payroll. The first is the batch pay, the second is stream pay, and the third is set box. We will show it one by one. The first, the batch pay. You can set up your employers here. Maybe we will have another employer called this employer Chain. Yet maybe we will send him the 5 USDT. Okay, now we have the two employers. One is called Jason and another is Bernie. Their choice and amount USDT. Maybe we will. There are two buttons here. One is batch pay, batch send salary. Another is batch send salary to the safe box. So we will show the first one, the batch pay here. First, we will check the. Maybe we need to. Sorry, we need to connect to the wallet. 是哪个 BNB 钱包价 which one? Oh, here. BNB Chain. Which?
This goes to show you how much complexity is still in these user flows. It's great that you guys are reducing the complexity.
Yeah. 然后这个账户是哪个 ？Sorry. 第一个。Here. Okay. Okay, here. The first we need to approve the USDT. Approve. Transaction was sent. I need some time for it to confirm. It's confirmed. The second, we can send the salaries to the employers here. Yes, we can see the batch pay transaction was sent. Okay, it's done. And Jason and Bonnie will get their USDT now. It's just with the one transaction, we can send more, maybe 10 or even 100 employers. The second one is a streaming pay. We will add Jason maybe 10 USDT here, and maybe we'll send for him maybe during one day. Yes, we can send batch payroll here. the first thing we need to approve the USDT.
And so this is going to send you a fraction of $10 every second.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. In one day. So Jason will receive the whole of the 10 USDT in 24 hours. Yes.
Very cool.
Okay. Yeah, sorry.
And I think it's amazing that you guys built something that works this quickly as well. I hope that inspires more developers to come into Web3. You can build a lot really quickly.
Okay. This is so now we send the JSON with 10 USDT in 24 hours. And even if we log out this account and we will log in the JSON's account maybe here. So if I am the JSON, I log in my account, I can see my streaming pay here. I have 10 USDT here, and the end time is in one day. So I can climb the 0.0072 USDT now. If I click the climb salary button, I can climb it directly into my wallet.
Very cool.
Yes, that was done, and I received the you see sorry. Now you can see I have already climbed 0.0075 USDT now. Okay, and we will switch the account and to show the safe box here. The first, we need to create my safe box. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Password. We need send a create safe box transaction. Okay, I just create my safe box. So if we use the batch pay to pay the maybe let me here maybe 10 USDT. Yes, if we use this button to batch send the salary to ZK safe box, still checking the approved state. 我能放在我自己玩一下吗？
可以。
OK。
但是其他两个没有注册，不知道得不得。
是呀。Okay, the batch pay was sent.
This is what we need to upgrade next.
It's okay. This is a very authentic hackathon experience, right? The main thing is that it works.
Okay, now I have sent the 10 USDT to the safe box of me. So I can, now I need maybe, yes, I can see the USDT here. In my balance, safe box balance, I have 10 USDT here, and I can withdraw the money to any address I like. Maybe I will withdraw 5 USDT here, and I will input my password 123 here. Submit.
To everyone at home, when you're doing your real password, you probably shouldn't do 123 123.
Yes, it's just a demo here. Okay, hit success. So I will receive the 5 USDT now, and I can see the balance is only 5 USDT here now.
Well done.
Okay, this is the ZK payroll features here.
Amazing. Guys, thank you so much for walking us through this. And congratulations again on an amazing hackathon. We're all going to be very excited to see how you build this from here. There's so much that you can do with it, both with your own ecosystem and also in terms of how you connect it to the rest of the crypto sphere. There's so many custody solutions, so many companies, I think, that could be very interested in this. So looking forward to following your progress.
Okay. Thanks again.
And thank you, Ja, for joining as well. I think we should give the whole team a round of applause.
Next up, join me in welcoming Alvin to present an NFT GameFi Metaverse, aka Metafy track, the runners-up and winner. Alvin, please.
Thank you, Gwen. Well, really honored and it's a pleasure to be here to present the winners for this track. When we started this track, the directions we were hoping to see from the project teams to explore are some of this following, right? So advanced GameFi tools and infrastructure to bring onboard Web 2 to Web 3. GameFi with sustainable tokenomics, NFT data analytics, APIs and tooling, creative NFT projects with unique proposition, as well as a big theme on SocialFi, with creator economy, fan engagement, and user-generated content. And we are very lucky to have seen a lot of applicants come in, touching many of these components. And this is also one of our most competitive track with a total of 109 project submissions, right? That's great. And our judges had a difficult time trying to choose the 3 winners. So without further ado, here are the runner-ups, and huge congrats to Deep Space and Bettermas. Great work to these 2 teams. It seems like there's apparently a very big space team right now, so I'm looking forward to test out these games. But for now, here is the grand winner of the NFT GameFi Metaverse track.
And the winner is...
Congrats, Archrival. Right, let's hear more from them. Congrats once again, Archrival, for winning the NFT, GameFi, and Metaverse track in our hackathon. So today we're very, very privileged to have Johnny, who's the CMO of Archrival, joining us. And we also have Trifam, who is the founder of Cardia Chain, right? Who's a sponsor of this league track as well. So a very warm welcome to both of you. Why don't we do a bit of a self-introduction, starting from Tri?
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Alvin. It's a great honor to be here today. And then I also would like to say congratulations to the Archrival team. Also, I'm very excited to witness the outcome of the BNB Hackathon, which is introduce a lot of quality and interesting project, very promising. And for me, I'm the co-founder of Cardia Chain, and also right now I'm running a company to pushing for a consumer application, for example, in GameFi and also in Metaverse application as well. That's why I'm so excited to be here today.
Yep, very happy to have you. I think most people in the crypto world would know definitely Tri from Cardia Chain. So very happy to have you here. Johnny, why don't you go ahead?
Hi everyone. I'm glad to be here to be the winner from the hackathon, and thanks a lot for your support and the trust from the BNB Chain. So far in my career, so I was in the Google result back in 28, and then was working in Facebook in Singapore in 2015. So just like 3 years ago, I stepped in the blockchain world and worked in a few projects. And right now, I'm happy to supporting and be the CMO of Arc Rivals, which is, I believe, the game will be one of the things that can be the kind of like leading the GameFi 2.0 in the very near future. Yeah.
Very cool. So you entered this world 3 years ago, and look at where you are now. That's great. So how are you feeling, right? How are you feeling after winning this hackathon?
Yeah. So not just me, but I think the whole team is very excited, and we are waiting, for the next game to be rolled out. The next version of the game will be rolled out, and more advice and supporting from the BNB Chain team also. Yeah.
Very cool. Tree, how about you? You are the lead sponsor for this track. You would have seen some of the, a lot of the candidates that applied, and you would have seen the quality of Arc Rival as well. How are you feeling about this result?
Yeah, again, I feel amazing that we as like the community as a whole and the people that working in the industry, I feel really proud that we have gone a long way from the first application like DeFi, and now we coming to GameFi and to metaverse. Like the ecosystem is pumping, right? And the result, I think I couldn't be more happy to see a lot of quality projects out here and contributing to the industry and also innovating the how to say the mechanism that we that contribute more value to the community.
Yep, totally agree with you. There's so much innovation, so from DeFi to GameFi. And I think even within the GameFi space, games a year ago in crypto gaming versus games today is so different. And, I've gone through like some of the materials in Arc Rival. I must say there's some really, really unique and interesting features. I wouldn't say them now, we'll keep some suspense for later. But Johnny, why don't you bring us through, what the game is about? Tell us more about it.
Yep, sure. So the game is based on, on the vision that we can, building some games that people not just, play to earn, but also they can enjoy all the content and play all together. So so this game is more like it's very much similar like Clash of Clans. I'm gonna share the screen about the demo of the gameplay later on, but then just to make it short. So we have quite a very unique kind of gameplay that I don't think any GameFi right now they have. So it is complex and it is very strategic that you have to, building your base and arranging that to avoid the attacker. And the attacker, they have to very, smartly put the troops and using the ship to attack the base and winning the game. And if you take a look at the similar game of us like Clash of Clans, you're going to see then that they have like a huge user base in global, and as long as they also have like a revenue of 500 million in the traditional game, so which is huge, and hopefully we can become one of them on the blockchain GameFi world. And with our kind of like approach of the marketing and building the community from the traditional gamers, we are hoping that we can hit there soon. Yeah, maybe this year or early next year.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm sure you have a lot of people excited just hearing about, Clash of Clans kind of gameplay. Why don't we show a demo? I believe you have a demo video.
Yes, correctly. Yeah. So let me shift over. So this is, the demo from the gameplay, the real gameplay. As you can see, this is the, the lower arc levels main base. So the way they put the defense is kind of like simple, but the more they move up, like Clash of Clans, the more complex, and actually it is very hard for you to steal the resource. And I think the way to win the battle is not just based on the money you spend or you have strong NFT or you have more token, but also based on the talents, because everyone having their own resources and also have the energy. So it limits the way they can attack the other base, and they have to play very smartly, and not to mention they have to play all together to find the best way to attack the base and win the game. Yeah.
So just to be clear, like you won't be the only one, the only party attacking this base, right? Like you'll be playing with a lot of other people attacking as well.
That's going to be the future, but we have a very interesting mode named Fraction World. I can be mentioned later on. So the Fraction World will be, like 1,000 people will join in the clan worlds and attacking each other. Yeah.
Cool, cool. But this gameplay looks interesting, and having your own battalion there fighting, this is cool.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, so you mentioned something about was it Guild Wars or Faction Wars, right? Now that is truly interesting. I don't think I've seen something similar in the whole blockchain gaming industry. Can you maybe elaborate more?
Yeah, sure. So can I share the screen again? Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, just to illustrate the Faction Wars. So let me come to this one. As you can see, the demo just now is actually a very low level, kind of like main base of low level. It is around like arc. The main base is level 2 or 3, but the more the higher of the arc base that you level up, the more complex the defense and the wall that you can put, and the shape are also different. So it's getting harder and harder. And I think not just that, ship commanders, as I mentioned, a lot of games they have that kind of features. But then what makes us different is the fraction worlds. So the way and the vision of the team is actually not just focused on the crypto gamers, but we are actually 90% of our user right now is actually from the traditional, and the fraction worlds and NFT is actually the way that we use them to educate the traditional gamer to gradually learn and study more about blockchain, and when they are really interested in game, then they can join more and expand, invest on the NFT. So we are making a very simple kind of like table of comparison between Arc Rivals and the other blockchain games, and also with the traditional games that have a lot of user and revenue. So because our main goal is actually to become the Clash of Clans one day, and compete with them. So if you notice from the left side, most of the traditional game, they don't have kind of like blockchain kind of like features. And why we all have that, and the difference between us and the other blockchain game is we have the UGC content that I can elaborate later on also, and the fraction words. So fraction words mean it's very similar to kind of like clan words. So clan word in clan words, very like a lot of people, they will join the clan and fighting with each other to win the land and win a lot of resources in games. And the difference is like Axie, Gotten Chain, Star Plus, and the other like mobile blockchain game like Field and Arena. Usually the PvP version is the one that make people excited and they spend money on, right? So I think NFT is just not for collection or like investment, but also showing the unique, and usually the NFT item would be more powerful. So the more PvP content you have, the higher chance of the traditional gamer, they will spend on the NFT because they want to be stronger. They want to pay, and win the game. So in traditional games, a lot of the kind of like gameplay, they are building around the fraction worlds or kind of like the clan worlds, where a lot of people, they can engage and battle with each other. So let's say Clash of clan worlds, they usually like 40-50 people in each clan playing with each other. In Arc Rebel, it's going to be 1,000 because one season of the fraction world will last for 30 days. and there is 6 continents that they will join and acquire the land and win the land. So when they win the lands, there is a pool of token to be reworked to those that acquire the land and those who be on the top leaderboard of that battle also get another reward. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And so from this point of view, the way we do is we try to bring in the traditional gamers where they enjoy the game content and they enjoy the PvP kind of like stuff. And then when we open this on this June, and a lot of people will join buying the land, because one of the first baby steps for the traditional gamer is I mean they can play for free for sure, but then if they want to get stronger and they want to upgrade the base, they have to purchase. We do have in-app purchase, but then also we also have kind of like NFT items with level up and make your commander or ship stronger. So when they do that, they have to actually gradually learn about how to connect the wallet, where to buy the first USDT, and then empower the base, empower their ship and commander to join the faction when win the faction war. So that is the key difference here. Yeah.
Fascinating. It's really fascinating. I think you're introducing a new gameplay here, right? We often hear about PvP, PvE, and I think this really introduces like innovation into the GameFi space. Tri, I want to hear from you because you are an expert in this, right? In the GameFi industry, and you must have seen like hundreds or even thousands of games. Like, how are you feeling about this game?
Yeah, I feel that Arrival is has this uniqueness in in just this mechanism for player and also in economy. Because if you take a look closely at the play to earn movement, that everybody assume that play to earn you just join the game and play and then you can earn. So it is pretty much, I think, it's a wrong assumption. Because when you play, sometimes there's a game that you just click, right? And you create like zero value out of your playing activity. So there's no reason to earn from that. So I think increasingly there is more and more game that actually you create value when you play. So value, there's several different kind of value when you play. For example, in Ark Rival, when you play and when you set up your base, you pretty much creating a unique challenge for other player to play in, because they know fixed base, they know like auto base, but you need to somehow learn from other player, learn from your own mistake in order to create your own base, to protect your resources, to protect your token actually. And the attacker also had to create their own strategy to overcome that. And in the faction world, people learn from each other, learn from, in the grand scheme of things, that there's so many battlefield to learn from, and the whole game will evolve from that. So that is the value that all the player create to each other. So that how we think that the economy is unique, because you earn from the value you created. It's not something that you earn from thin air.
Yeah, I think that's a great insight, right? And what I truly like then is that every scenario is different, and each player is actually adding to the fun element, right, for the other players, right? And when we think about playing to earn, it's not just about just doing some activity and earning tokens. Like, there must be some value added to it, like Tri was mentioning. So this is a great example. I guess final question, I saw UGC in there as well, and UGC, user generated content is a very, very hot topic and very much trending in all the GameFi and Metaverse protocols today. So just want to hear your insight as well. Like, why did you decide to have UGC in it? Where do you think, the value adds to?
Yeah, thanks for your question. Yes, I do know that UGC is more like a buzzword between the GameFi, and it's actually very hard to do. Yeah, like you see YouTube, they've been doing for a long time. Facebook, they've been doing for a long time until there is a kind of like a viral and become big in the UGC like Web 2.0. I think for Web 3.0, GameFi is I think the last wave was the GameFi 1.0. The 2.0, as I mentioned, we do bet. We haven't know yet for sure, but then we do bet on the way that how we can tap in the traditional gamer and turn them to learn more about blockchains. I think a lot of them is exploring. There is some numbers that I also want to share. We have 100,000 users right now after a few weeks launching, and most almost 20% of them try to click and connect the wallet, and around 1 to 2% of them are trying to purchase the NFT, and they have I believe the very first NFT in their life, because when we check the wallet, I think that's the first action when they purchase the stable token and they purchase NFT. So I think it slowly and but very steadily, that if we can educate and bring more people to blockchain games, then it's going to win. And back to the Web 2.0, a lot of the game, not just the game, the platform. The most famous one is actually UGC. You can see Airbnb, you can see Uber, where that there is a platform that the driver and the rider join together. YouTube is like the creator and the user, they watch the clip all together. Yeah, so I think game will be the same. So the game in 2.0 is different. So usually the game in 2.0, the key principle is the studio. They try to develop the game themselves, and maybe they're not asking too much on the community. I think why the GameFi, they empower the UGC, because the core thing is that they have the treasury to share with the user, sharing back to the staker, but also because they want everyone to be the owner of the game, to be the shareholder of the game and contribute. And I think we also buying in that vision, and we do want to do it like very properly. Yeah. So that's one thing that we want to do for future kind of like custom map, custom mode. We are really looking forward for the user that believe in us, and they are stacking in a pool, and from there they can have the kind of like voting rights to vote what they want next. And I think with that kind of like approach, again, will be evolved even more. Not to mention about the tournament that we will do at the end of the year, and also we do have one feature very interesting, but we haven't drawn out yet. The name is custom map and a custom kind of like scenario, where the user can kind of like custom the way of the base and the way of the gameplay. And then from that one, I do believe that there is a lot of game mode will be kind of like generated. Yeah. I'm also a gamer, and like League of Legends, they are coming from a kind of like a custom map of Dota, and actually they're from Dota, right? But Dota is a custom map of Warcraft. Yeah. Yep. Like Counter-Strike, they are custom map of Half-Life. So I do hope and I do believe that somewhere in the near future, like 1-2 years from now, we're gonna have a kind of like spin-off game coming from Arc Rivals, based on one of our kind of like custom maps on that one.
That is the vision, right? That's the vision.
That's the vision.
Yeah, and you're halfway there, winning the hackathon and laying out the new innovation, new innovative gameplay, right? That's still not in crypto world. So I've learned so much today. I've learned about the game. I'm really fascinated by it. So thank you so much. I think we're about at time. So thank you so much for everyone listening in. Thank you to Tree from Cardia Chain and Johnny, who's a CMO at Arc Rival. Everyone who's listening in, please check out Arc Rival. Thank you, and see you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Great work again. Congratulations, and let's go on a very, very short break. Hope you managed to get a sip of water or some other beverage. And so now let's keep going with the next track, Frontier Technologies. So for this track, these are the kind of project ideas that we were looking for. Innovative blockchain solutions in frontier fields such as quantum computing and space. So something like space governance, for example, or we're seeing, we'd love to see some smart implementation of blockchain and quantum software, and other kind of creative integrations and solutions that really explore technologies, literally the frontier space, maybe the healthcare, AI, but taking 10xing what is happening today. So now time to announce the top 3 projects, and please let's see our runners-up. Congratulations to Maptable Atlas and Yao. Great work, teams. And now we're going to show you the video and the winner of the Frontier Technologies track.
And the winner is...
So congrats, CryptoSat. Let's invite the team to tell us more about their project. In this coming section, I will also be part of the panel. So let's welcome them. Once again, CryptoSat, for winning the Frontier Technologies track. Super excited to have you here today. So today we have Jan and Jonathan, co-founders at CryptoSat, joining us here live, as well as our lead track owner for this Frontier Technologies track, Certic. Monia here is the VP of Marketing at Certic. So welcome all 3 of you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Gwendolyn.
Yeah. So congrats again, Jan and Jonathan. We do want to, learn more about CryptoSat, what you're doing. Monia here will ask much deeper questions on the tech. So let's kick it off, yeah? What is CryptoSat?
So first of all, I wanted to say that we're super excited to be the winner of this track and thank whoever helped organize it. And thank Certic for the sponsorship. Thank Dora Hacks for the amazing platform they're providing for those kind of hackathons. And thanks to all the panel of judges that took part in it. So yeah, let's talk a bit about what CryptoSat is about. So CryptoSat's mission is essentially to provide the most secure form of a root of trust. Which means a trusted environment that can protect sensitive cryptographic operations. And the sensitive cryptographic operations nowadays power a whole financial ecosystems through the blockchain and crypto technologies. And what we do, we essentially provide the ability to execute those sensitive operations with confidentiality and integrity in a completely physically inaccessible environment, which is a space orbit. We literally take a computer and put it in a small satellite that's very affordable nowadays to launch and operate, and launch it to a space orbit where nobody can access it, nobody can tamper with how it works, and nobody can shut it down and prevent it from broadcasting.
That sounds amazing. I'd like to kick it off here by saying, congratulations. There's so many questions, I don't know where to start, right? Just by talking about that whole concept of a trusted execution environment in space. I mean, wow. I've worked with trusted execution environments before. I spent a good amount of many years in cybersecurity, and I know, they are available today. I think they're available, both in processors and the cloud, right? There's a lot of things going on. I'd love to learn a bit more about that. I'd love to understand how you made that leap from what is practical today to deciding what is, the right way forward in creating this environment to be a total separation for trusted execution environments.
Perfect. Yeah. So I guess just to give some background, it would be useful to kind of know Jonathan's background and mine. Jonathan is bringing an extensive aerospace background. He was actually a co-founder of an NGO that operated and launched the first private spaceship that went to the moon in 2020. It was the first time somebody launched a spacecraft that wasn't owned by a government. So that was amazing. So he's bringing all this expertise in aerospace, and I was doing my PhD at Stanford in applied security and cryptography back at the time. And that's where we met. And I was working on what's called trusted execution environments, which is ways to protect operations and provide trustworthiness for cryptographic building blocks that have to be executed correctly. There are a couple of examples of that are used in practice nowadays, such as, say, hardware security modules that are used vastly in the banking industry and across the industry for specifically cryptography operations and protection of keys. There are secure enclaves and trusted execution environments. The issue with that, and at least based on kind of all the feedback from the community, is they're great, they're awesome for in-depth enterprise security, but whenever there's physical access, whenever somebody can actually access those boxes and apply super sophisticated attacks such as side channel attacks, leakage through electromagnetic emanations, there would be community concerns around that. So where we're thinking about projects and where we're looking about something like the blockchain, which is something that is striving not to depend on any party and not to trust anything that's kind of owned centrally or owned by somebody who is economically incentivized, we really need the root of trust. We need something that would operate correctly, regardless of any incentives to do something malicious. So essentially, that's what we're providing, this super secure box that will launch into an environment that is completely inaccessible. And from the point that it's launched and on, this environment won't be accessible to anybody, even to very kind of powerful adversaries such as nation states. It's not technology that's kind of reasonable nowadays. And in fact, one thing I guess that's worth mentioning that we've launched our first crypto satellite. We call it Crypto One aboard the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket. And that was on May 25th, so several days ago, and super excited about this first satellite starting to provide service to our first customers and partners.
It's an amazing combination that with both of you having your skills coming together like that, that makes this project, just come to life in the most successful way. You have one side of the fence, which is on the aerospace, and then you have cryptography on the other side. The marriage there is just the right fit. For sure. And I think just to kind of summarize, the realization I think here is that this is blockchain and there is a single point of failure, which is the root of trust, right? If you compromise that, you compromise the entire thing. And that's, I think, the driver, right? And what I'm hearing you say is we've come a long way with trusted execution environments being now susceptible to vulnerabilities or compromise. And we all know that. We've seen enough research around that you're making this harder statement that there is a stronger requirement now to really up the game around trusted execution environments to the point where you do have to separate that environment into space. Well, I think that the thing that really resonates to the audience here more is the practical cost of that, which is if you roll back 10 years ago, trying to put a satellite in space is quite different and costly compared to now, which I think now satellites are the size of a shoebox, right? They're so small. And so we've come a long way of reducing the costs that much, down. Actually getting satellites up is very quick. So I think that's the innovation, which has really brought these things all together. It's the skill sets that you guys have, the realizations of cost, the implications around rooted trust, and how now more vulnerable they are in trusted execution environments to now come up with this solution, which really to me is an amazing thing. So
exactly, that's a good point. And some time ago that probably wouldn't be possible, and it's possible nowadays due to all the advancement in the space industry. Jonathan, maybe do you want to elaborate about kind of the history around CubeSats and how it enables nowadays what we're doing?
Yeah, so we are basically riding on two converging technologies that became available in the past decade or so. The first one is as you mentioned, the reduction of the launch costs and the reduction of the size of the satellites. So right now you can get them a dime a dozen, more or less, and that price is even falling even so. So you can get the satellites fairly cheaply and put them in orbit fairly cheaply, and we are obviously banking on that and taking that to the next level. The other thing that happened in recent years is that not only the satellite side has become commoditized, but also the ground station side. So in the past, if you wanted to communicate with your satellite, you had to install a dish on your backyard or start, building an infrastructure to actually communicate with it, and you couldn't get it all the time because the satellite is not overhead all the time. It's actually, it goes around the Earth every 90 minutes. So you really have to have a lot of ground infrastructure to do that. But there's been a revolution in that sense that right now you have constellations of satellites, and you can set up a ground station network that you can access via the internet. AWS offers connectivity to ground stations around the world. Azure is also looking into that. So you have a lot of ground infrastructure that is also set in place to communicate with your satellite. So both ends become really revolutionized in recent years. And what we see is that you can actually go online and communicate with your satellite, and this is the direction that we're taking this. How small the satellite, by the way, I can share a little bit of picture here. This is the satellite that we are actually launching. You can see it over here. This is about the size of a coffee mug, a little bigger than a coffee mug. And it contains
that's about right.
Yeah, all the stuff that we would need to communicate with it, and obviously this is going to be available in space pretty soon.
Very cool.
So I got one follow-up question here, just in terms of the practicality side of using a trusted execution environment in space, as that part only in space. I assume, am I correct? For actually computing the things that you need in trusted execution environments. Is there any delay between ground and satellite and having that communication happen remotely?
So that is a great question. So obviously communicating with a satellite is not something that is the same as communicating with a computer over the internet, right? You cannot SSH to a satellite because it goes around the Earth every 10, after 10 minutes you lose communication. So you need to be careful how you do it. And this is why we set up some experiment with the International Space Station that was already in March, where we actually tested a few algorithms and a few protocols to do this kind of joint computation, Earth and space, and kind of show that we can overcome the difficulties, the operational difficulties of doing trusted execution environments in space. And obviously, it's very exciting. International Space Station is overhead, and we could sign your tweets from space to get a proof that your tweet was in space and other applications. Jan, if you want to elaborate on that.
Yeah, definitely. So I guess where we'll see our first use cases is around applications that are sensitive enough to care about taking advantage of such a trustworthy environment and cope with some of the initial constraints. In terms of our roadmap, essentially we're working on the next versions that would enable higher bandwidth, lower latency, kind of more availability throughout the day by connecting to more ground stations that have visibility to the satellite throughout the day. So essentially improving all those aspects and kind of trying to make it as close as possible to the experience you have of connecting to some server in the cloud. It won't be anywhere there, but where it's still useful is very sensitive things, and some of those protocols can put up with some of those constraints and trade those aspects for better security and trustworthiness. So that's where we're aiming at first.
So Jan and Jonathan, for this first batch, then you talked about use cases, right? Who are the most likely potential clients or customers of yours then?
Perfect. That's a great question. Let us give a few examples from what we're already seeing and some of the use cases we're already working on with some partners and customers. I'll just throw a couple of examples. Think about something like a lottery that's run on smart contracts. So smart contracts like Ethereum or other platforms, they're essentially this isolated environment that, for instance, doesn't have this notion of randomness. For a lottery, you need to kind of like juggle those balls, and you need to come up with some random number, and based on that, give somebody some money. This randomness, it just doesn't exist naturally in the blockchain because it's kind of isolated from the physical world, and the physical world is what has randomness. So what's used for that is oracles, services that feed this random number into the blockchain. And it's sometimes a problem to trust those. Like, how do you know there's no incentive to kind of craft it maliciously to bias the lottery? So for instance, one use case is being this trusted party that doesn't have any economic incentives, but it just like work as it should work because you put an algorithm there and you just launch it and nobody can touch it, and it keeps working like that. And one of the outcomes of that is producing those random numbers that we can feed into different blockchains like say Ethereum, Solana, Velos, whatever, pick some blockchain, and essentially enable those kind of lotteries. Another use case is private auctions. Let's say you're using the Binance, the BNB chain, to run a smart contract that enables to bid on something. And you want to provide some privacy for those bids. So you don't want to expose the exact bids that the bidders input, and you want to only output kind of the winner. So that's something that's very easily possible with the trusted party that collects encrypted inputs, does the computation, kind of runs the auction, and then outputs the end result without exposing all the transcript of all the inputs and any sensitive data about the participants. So that's just another example of where trusted party can be useful for different blockchains.
Would love to ask one more question, and then Moni, I think we should look at demo soon, yeah?
I think so. I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. But one follow-up question on use case first is that, so Jan, you just described, you used the example of a lottery, right? But you talked about sensitive applications as well earlier. But let's look bigger, right? Because you're just at the start of your journey. Like, what is like the impact both you and Jonathan hope to achieve with CryptoSat?
So I guess maybe one of the big things we're really looking into is, first of all, enabling faster adoption of blockchain protocols by creating those this kind of trust that's currently not there, and sometimes inhibits the adoption of those protocols for something that needs to be super trustworthy, like more traditional finance, where people are kind of skeptical. They really want to trust and understand what powers their financial system. So, for instance, that can be something that can power enterprise blockchains and institutional blockchains. The other thing that we're looking into down the road is potentially providing alternatives to proof of work like protocols. Just to explain it in a nutshell, essentially nowadays, we have a couple of alternatives to incentivize parties in those protocols to work correctly. Proof of work is one example, and it's very energy consuming. The overall consumption, say, of the Bitcoin network is comparable to that of a small country. And then there are proof of stake protocols that have bias towards the wealthy, and somebody who just can stake a lot of finances and control what's going on. So in order to get rid of that, there's all kind of lines of work around that and all kind of alternatives. But one very easy mental model around that is basically have a constellation of trusted parties or trusted validators that just operate correctly and are not biased by any economic incentives. So we're hoping through the satellite constellations that we're going to be launching to enable those trusted parties that can power such protocols, and basically building on top of that to kind of create greener, less energy, more energy efficient blockchains that have less impact on environment, and through that get less pushback from governments or the society in general. So that, I think, the bigger impact that we can have down the road.
Well, you have Elon Musk leading the way, so I don't think you have too much problems.
Yeah, there are many angles to those problems, and yeah, we need to solve all of them.
Great.
Well, let's look at demo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay, so maybe while I'm bringing up the CryptoSat simulator, Jonathan, can you elaborate maybe a bit about why we built the CryptoSat simulator and kind of what's our purpose with it?
Yeah, so as Jan bringing up the simulator, we'll just say that, as we mentioned, working with a satellite is very different than working with a computer online. And we wanted to expose developers that might want to develop some use cases around CryptoSat about how is it going to work? How are you communicating with satellite? What are the constraints that we have? So one of the things we built is a simulator that shows exactly what is it like to work with CryptoSat. What can you execute on the satellite? How does it work? So you can start integrating your use case with it, and seamlessly transition from working with a simulator to working with our satellite. Jan, take it away.
Yeah, so essentially what I'm showing here, we have this front-end, which is both an interactive tutorial, like you can go through different examples of the API, and it's also a simulation of how the satellite flies in the orbit, which ground station it's connected to at any moment, and then a playground, a sandbox playground that showcases the API. So for instance, what I'll do now, I'll create a simple request. I'll ask my crypto satellite to sign a simple message. And I'm just putting hello here, but equally it can be something like a financial transaction. We can actually sign saying some transaction that can later be put on the Bounce blockchain or the Binance chain, or a Bitcoin transaction that we can post later. So I'll check the status of my transaction, because sometimes the satellite might not be available if it's out of reach of any of the ground stations, but luckily I signed it when it was accessible, and I'll show the result. So we have a timestamp here, and we have this array that contains a digital signature over my message. So that's just a super simple, that's like really the most basic example of the functionality of such satellites. And in the tutorial, we have several more examples, but just showcases this capability to sign things in a trusted environment. So the private key that is used to sign this piece of data is completely protected. It's only in the satellite. It never leaves this satellite, and nobody can forge this transaction. And by knowing the public key of a satellite, and we can go deeper into kind of how we make this public key available to the community and how we can verify those transactions. Essentially, by having this public key, you can verify that some piece of data has been attested, has been verified and attested by a crypto satellite that you trust. And that nobody can tamper with physically. So it's a nice onboarding tool, and the hope is that developers could use it and even contribute pull requests, contribute code to kind of introduce new use cases that they're thinking about for crypto satellites. So that's the tool, and we wanted to show that.
This is very cool. I think it brings up a question I have in terms of availability. So I mean, I expect there'll be lots of satellites up there, but I'd also expect there's probably going to be some reliability mesh networking where your satellite is going to be the next available or next in range satellite or online satellite. Is that something you guys are looking at for the future, where you can make that?
Perfect. That's a great question. Jonathan, maybe you want to elaborate on it?
So right now, if you scroll to the right there, Jan, you can see the satellite is over the Atlantic Ocean, so there's no communication with it right now. So this is why it's showing up in red. And one of the ways we can go around this is obviously spread more ground stations. This is when we get more coverage, but obviously over the ocean, it's hard to have ground stations. And for that reason, we are looking into having a network of satellites, not just one satellite. And you don't need a lot of them in order to have almost full coverage, such that you have at least one satellite over a ground station in a given moment. And this is something that we're ramping up to support.
Excellent. That's great to hear.
All right. Moni, any kind of last question?
I'm just amazed. This is a lot of stuff, just coming at it differently as well. Frontier was all about doing it different, and we set the bar high, and we talked about innovations where almost reaching the sky, the stars, whatever you want to call it, and you guys knocked it out of the park. I mean, this is really, from the realization of where we are in today's technology and the implications of security that we have today around that technology. You've understood that well. And bringing the fact that you have two minds together, both like a marriage made in heaven, both on the satellite side or the space side and also the crypto side, just makes this even more amazing. So, congratulations and well done is my final words.
Thanks.
Congratulations, Jan and Jonathan. Great job. And so Moni and Sathik are very proud to be the lead track owners for the Frontier Tech track. So thank you again, Jan and Jonathan from CryptoSat, and we'll see you again.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Now for our final track, innovative infrastructure. So infrastructure development is extremely important in the growth of Web3, the industry, so because of the base layers, right? So some ideas we're looking for in the Revelation Hackathon, examples like this: secure and high-speed Web3 infrastructure scaling and interoperability solutions, for BNB application sidechain solutions as well, digital ID and naming services, Web2 API and tooling for Web3 so that we can help Web2 bridge to Web3 faster, easier, more efficiently, and EVM standards and optimization. So for this category, there were total 21 project submissions, and our judges voted for the top 3 projects. So here we go, our runner-ups to, yes, thank you. Congratulations, Star, A-Star Protocol, and Space ID. Congratulations to both of you. And now we'll see the video of the winner of the Innovative Infrastructure track.
And the winner is...
So congratulations, Zachary. And we've invited the team up to demo their project, and I'll see you in like 20 seconds. Congrats, Zachary, for winning the Innovative Infrastructure track of Revelation. Really congrats, Jerry. Welcome. We're looking very excited to hear from you today. And with us as well are the lead track owners for this Innovative Infrastructure track. We have Mo from Seller and Stanley from Anchor. Welcome, gentlemen. Awesome.
Great to be here.
Again, right? Mo and Stanley, we've seen each other quite a lot over chat fairly recently. So yeah, so Jerry, so let's kick off, right? What is Zachary?
Okay, so just hi everyone. My name is Jerry, and I'm the CMO for the Zachary protocol. Very grateful for the acknowledgement from everyone, and frankly, a bit surprised to be announced a winner. There's tons of innovative projects that's being worked on and being presented. So in a nutshell, Zachary is a layer 2 scaling solution and ecosystem that's based on ZK Rollup, which provides cross-chain interoperability and privacy for Web3 users in an easy-to-use web wallet-based interface.
So Jerry, yeah, please, you need to own this win, okay? You are doing cool stuff. So let's kind of bring it out, right? What big problems are you trying to solve, and how do you see your vision in the next 3 to 5 years?
I mean, currently in the blockchain landscape, it's quite isolated. We call it the island syndrome. So when it comes to synergy and the ability to interact between various chains, is not really there. It makes sense because the industry is quite new. Everyone's focusing on their own chains, making sure that it works, implementing various features, focusing on their own thing. But both users and developers pick different blockchains for various reasons. So you have BNB, Ethereum, Polygon, Near, Solana, Avalanche, and so forth. They all promote various perks, whether it's scalability, having a strong legacy background so people feel like it's more reliable, or having a strong ecosystem. The point is, everyone has a good reason to use different chains. But as the industry matures, the fact that each chain cannot interact with each other becomes a problem. And it's quite inconvenient for existing users when you have assets that can only be accessed and used on one chain, or apps that only exist on a certain chain. So this also hurts adoption. So it can be a big turnoff for new users when they, come into cryptocurrency. It's a foreign concept to many new users that you can have the same asset that exists in isolation on different blockchains that can't be used interchangeably. So another pain point involves privacy, where the open source and decentralized nature of the blockchain takes away from the privacy of our daily use of the blockchain. So as you know, all the addresses and transactions are publicly accessible. Just like you wouldn't feel comfortable to have your daily bank transactions and spendings to be made publicly available, we believe users should have the option to have their transactions be encrypted and private. So through the Zachary protocol, we provide our users with cross-chain interoperability based on ZK Rollup, which provides scalability, cross-chain support, privacy, and security that is rooted in layer 1. So you can access and interact with your digital assets from various blockchains in one place. You won't have to change to a different wallet or interface for different digital assets from various blockchains. You can also freely swap from one asset to another on our automatic market, decentralized exchange. So all of this in an easy to use interface with privacy features for transactions on layer 2 and very fast transactions and low transaction fees. Yeah.
I would love to invite more Stanley, to dig deeper. I know they're super curious to learn more as well. So please, Mo and Stanley, take it away.
Yeah, definitely. Super exciting because we are also very much working in the kind of interoperability space in Stellar, and great to we basically voted for as a Zachary protocol as well as a winner. So definitely well deserved. Just want to kind of curious, and maybe you can let the audience know when you say using ZK Rollup, what is the benefit of using zero knowledge rollup for cross-chain applications? Could you kind of talk a bit more about that? What's the are you guys verifying blocks using zero knowledge rollup or zero knowledge proof, or what's the mechanism that makes it stands out when you guys use zero knowledge based solutions?
Well, as probably most of you guys know, there's there's options for layer 2 scalability. There's optimistic rollup and ZK rollup being some of the more popular ones. We end up with ZK rollup because we feel because ZK rollup is mathematically proven as well. I'll probably just do a quick explanation for the audience. So just imagine a scenario where with ZK rollup, you prove that you have the asset without actually showing the asset. Without showing, hey, this is the asset that I have. So the proof is done mathematically without actually showing the asset that is being proven. Obviously, you have to prove that you have the asset to prevent, fraudulent spending, right? So with ZK Rollup, it rolls up transactions from layer 1 into a bundle, and we process that off-chain, and then we put it back onto the chain with all the proof. So that way you get the scalability, you don't clog up the layer 1 blockchain, or you're not affected by any congestion well, you're less affected by congestions on layer one. You're doing all the calculations off chain, and that's why you get faster transactions and lower transaction cost. So these are the main perks that we took into consideration when we end up picking ZK Rollup. Not to mention it's more established. It's well established within the Ethereum community that it's quite reliable.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for the answer. So if we kind of try to explain this to mass adoption users who are onboarding the blockchain for the first time, using you guys, I guess like you guys are like a ZK rollup that is built on top of many different chains, right? So you mentioned that you support multiple different blockchains, and or is it only a zero knowledge rollup that ties to one chain? And how does kind of the chain interaction work between Zachary and also all these different layer one chains? Because like you're now focusing on kind of the interoperability side of things.
Yeah, I mean, since our protocol is based on ZK Rollup, but it's not tied to one specific chain. So we use ZK Rollup along with interoperability protocols so that we can access different chains. So you'll be able to, for a day-to-day user, you can deposit and withdraw assets from different chains through ZK Rollup onto the Zachary wallet, and then at the same time you can deposit the asset back to another chain. So if you have, say, Bitcoin from the Ethereum network, you can actually access that, see all of that. So say, for example, you have one Bitcoin on the Ethereum network, you have 2 Bitcoins on the BNB chain. So normally that's 2 separate assets, but through the Zachary wallet, you see that as 3 Bitcoins. And you have the option of actually moving the Bitcoin from one chain to another through our cross-chain bridge. So, I mean, it's a bit of a foreign concept for a lot of new users. It's like, imagine if you have US dollars from America and then you have US dollars from Australia, and they're not the same. You can't spend them at the same time. Even though they're both US dollars, they're different US dollars. So that's the example that I like to use when I try to explain to new users coming into the space. And with Zachary, we provide you the option of actually accessing your different digital assets from different chains in one place. And it's just more convenient. It's all about being convenience, because at the end of the day, for us to really get more mass adoption into the whole space, we need to make it easy to use for everyone. It's a new technology as it is, but we need to make the basic functions as easy as possible and as user-friendly as possible to use for existing users and new users. So that's kind of our whole driving force behind what we do.
Yeah, it's definitely great motivation.
Yes, and also I have a question, and since the project is focused on the privacy as well, I know from the usage point of view, privacy and the convenience is kind of the balance you want to find, right? You want to everything in the privacy, but you also want to make it very easy to use, maybe through your wallet. Like how you find the balance, like how you manage your assets to make sure the user do not need to, switch account quite often and still be able to keep good, privacy in terms of their assets.
So we've put a lot of thought into the privacy aspect of Zachary. You can say that it's a major feature for us. So when you get privacy, when you utilize the privacy aspect of Zachary, it's native. So there's nothing that you need to turn on and off. But I do need to mention that the privacy aspect only works on the layer 2 network. So when you make transactions, when you interact with the layer 1 network from Zachary, it's still on chain. You can see it in the TX transactions. But when you conduct the transactions on Zachary's layer 2, that's where every single one of your transactions, when transferred between accounts, is encrypted. So the amount and the amount is encrypted. The sender and receiver is not specified. So I guess it will probably be easier later on when I do the demo, so you guys can see it's just part of the program. So when you make the transfer, it's private by default on layer 2. But you make a very good point about having a balance of
So actually, something like the identity, right? I don't know if you guys introduce identity in your wallet. Maybe you can do the demo later about that. Then with the identity, you can associate maybe different wallet. But just curious, like how you handle this kind of issue.
Sure. I mean, we do have, so part of our making things easier for everyone to use in terms of the easy to use user interface. Your account on Zekri's layer 2 is, instead of the public address, it's almost like a username, for example, Jeremy666 at Zekri. That will be your wallet address that you can make transfers back and forth.
I think it'd be great to see the demo.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to share my screen. So then I'll do a quick demo. So with Zekri, you download right now we have the wallet available on Chrome as an extension. Later on down the track, we do have a mobile phone app that is being developed. You can also access it on the website. So once you've downloaded the Zekri protocol from the Chrome Web Store, you have it as an extension. Keep in mind, this is the testnet. So this is, as most of you would can see, it's a simple, it's very similar to any other wallet interface. So you have your total assets over here. You can transfer to different accounts, any public address. You can allocate funds from layer 1 to layer 2. The locking mechanism is to give users incentives to provide liquidity for the cross-chain support, where you can earn ROIs on the assets that you lock, which is very similar to staking. Then we have NFT. I'll touch a little bit more on that a bit later. Just want to quickly go over in terms of the asset page. So as you can see your different assets in one place, where there's array tokens, Ethereum, Polygon, Near, Avalanche, etc. Even if they're on different chains, you see them in one place. Obviously, we do have the option where you can sort it by chains. So you can see the assets that you have by chain. But generally speaking, I like to use the second option where you can see your different assets in one place from various chains. That's aggregated. Obviously, you can expand it to see closely how much of, say, the Ethereum is on the Ether network, how much of it is on the BNB network. And in terms of the NFT, so NFT is a function that we are working on. So, I mean, firstly, we want to, once we get layer 2 online, we're satisfied with the stability and we deal with any potential teething issues. We'll be releasing the mobile app version, like I mentioned earlier, and extend the support for NFTs from blockchains that we support. So you'll be able to store, transfer, interact with different NFTs from different blockchains, the blockchains that we support from the Zekri wallet. So over here, oh, I don't have any NFTs. Okay, we will come back to that a bit later. So once that feature is released, you will be able to see your NFTs here. You can store them, you can transfer them, you can use them as your profile photos. But that is a feature that we're working on that should be coming out either in June or July once we get layer 2 online. And I'll just quickly show you in terms of, say, if you want to make a transfer. Transfer is very standard. You pick what you like to transfer. You put in how much you would like to transfer. You put in the public address. Sorry, I don't have any public address ready. So you put in your public address, you click on transfer, and voila, that's quite straightforward. Deposit, that is when you allocate funds from layer 1 to layer 2, so you can take advantage of the privacy and scalability. That's where most of the meat of the features come in. So just quickly, let's pick Ethereum. We'll say pick half a Ether, and then we'll deposit. Okay, so once we've done the deposit, we can hop onto, at the bottom right-hand corner, you have the toggle for layer 1 and layer 2. Once I hit toggle, we go to the layer 2 interface. Now, with the layer 2 interface, you can, so once you have funds in layer 2, that's deposit from layer 1. Now, keep in mind, I think a common misconception for a lot of people is when you deposit funds from your layer 1 to Zechary, you're not actually depositing funds like you would in a bank. And what we do is we create a wrap token so that you still maintain the ownership of your funds. You're still the owner. We don't have access to your funds on layer 1. So over here, let's say, so transfer, you can transfer, let's say we pick some BNB. I think there's someone called, let me think of one of our accounts. So like I mentioned earlier, instead of public addresses, which you cannot, virtually 99% of us probably can't memorize public addresses. But with this, you can set usernames. So for example, we'll just go with Jerry 6. We'll go with Jerry. And we want to transfer 4 BNBs to our friend Jerry. You also have the option of making multiple transfers in one transaction. So I can go with, say, Lisa, and I want to give Lisa some BNB as well. Make the transfer, confirm, and that's done. The transactions are almost instantaneous. The fees are significantly lower compared to layer 1 as well. Then you have the option of swapping through our AMM decentralized exchange. So say if you want to change some Ethereum to, you have some Ethereum, you want some Matic token because there's a new game coming out called Cross the Ages where they only take Matic tokens for you to get their whitelist as an example. Hit swap, confirm, and voila, done. Now you swap some Ethereum to the Polygon's native token, Matic. Unlocking is so earlier in layer 1, if you click on unlock, you can choose to lock some of your assets, which is similar to a staking mechanism. You get a ROI for locking your assets, which is our way of encouraging users to provide liquidity for the cross-chain support. So if you lock assets, you start accumulating ROI, and the unlock mechanism is where you can unlock the assets that you have locked earlier. And withdrawing is where you can select any of your assets. So regardless of whether I deposited the BNB from the Binance chain, Ethereum chain, or the Polygon chain, I can withdraw it to another one. I can withdraw it to Ethereum chain. So putting an address, withdraw, confirm, and we're done. Now keep in mind, anytime we interact with layer 1, from layer 2 or layer 1 to layer 1, the speed is dependent on the layer 1's network as well as the transaction amount. But when you do it within layer 2, then everything is based on layer 2 super fast. The transaction speed and the transaction cost is really low as well. So this is just a quick demo. I mean, so going down the line, we will be implementing a social login feature where you can use your social media accounts to log in to make it more convenient for you. That involves splitting the account verification into 3 parts, with the local part, a key split into the Tor network, and private keys. So the exact specifics are still being finalized because we want a balance of convenience and security. That also leads to our Zechary app chain, which is an ecosystem linking various different apps, DeFi, GameFi, SocialFi, and so forth with Zechary. So imagine being able to access assets and various apps from Zechary with the benefits of cross-chain interoperability. Now, the exact details for that are being finalized, and we're really fortunate to have the support of Binance Labs to help develop the very first ZK rollup-based network on the BNB chain. So we're looking at that in the second half of the year once we get layer 2 down packed and the basic functionalities bug-free.
Awesome, Jerry. That was actually the question I was about to ask you. Like, when can we see it, much more ready for BNB Chain? But yeah, I'll turn it over. Maybe one question from Stanley and Mo regarding the demo.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, this is super fascinating and interesting. So I guess just one question is that for ZK rollup or any kind of rollup technology, usually all the deposit and withdrawal should happen on one chain, and this is like how the fraud proof works basically. Like you need to have all the events and data availability available on one chain or one place basically. But from the demo, this is very interesting that a user can deposit funds from multiple different chains while all going into the same ZK rollup. So how does proof process work? Like from another chain's perspective, let's say, it's a BNB chain and then there's a BAS. It's, kind of a separate chain, but the users are all depositing from two different chains. How does how the fraud proof are generated when considering like basically multiple chains together?
It's actually, so the way it works is when you deposit from, so we use ZK rollup to deposit from, say, for example, Binance to Zechary. When we withdraw to Ethereum, so the proof isn't done. We're not proving that we have the BNB chain asset to the Ethereum chain. We have our own liquidity pool. So when you deposit assets from the BNB chain and then we say we withdraw the assets to the Ethereum chain, we provide the proof through our own liquidity pool, if that makes sense. So we're not actually converting the BNB chain. We have the BNB chain in our BNB chain asset in our liquidity pool, and then when we withdraw to the Ethereum chain, we withdraw the Ethereum version of, for example, Matic to the Ethereum.
Yeah, I think that part I understand. But I guess then we're kind of going wrong into the detailed weeds of technical details. So I will reserve my question for the future. Then. Yeah.
That is a good question, but we'll keep in touch, and for that I can definitely just double check with our main developers as well. Because I don't do I don't do any of the coding, to be honest. But that is a good question though. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Actually, more ask my question. Okay, I can have another question. So basically, based on the demo, I see you definitely allow the use case like deposit one chain, withdraw another chain. So that makes me think like you definitely, as you said, you have liquidity pool, right? What is your considerations to bootstrap this project with enough liquidity to power the user at the very, very beginning? And also another question I have keep in mind is this is more sounds like a protocol. It should be having the open APIs to allow other, wallet start to integrate it if it's possible. What's your plan for the future, this kind of, openness to the community?
Okay. In terms of providing the liquidity at the very beginning, we will be providing the liquidity on our own. So the first part is we provide our liquidity through our fundraise, and we will be working with other exchanges as well as Binance, and we're talking with various parties in terms of the liquidity provision. So ourselves, other parties, as well as, that's probably not directly related to what you were asking, but like I mentioned earlier, we give APYs to users to stake and provide liquidity as an incentive to help boost the liquidity pool. And as you know, there's slippage tolerance as well. So as the liquidity pool gets depleted for certain assets, the exchange rate would adapt in order to encourage or discourage the swap for the asset, which is something that obviously it's ideal not to happen, but at the same time, it's in place just to make sure that there is a balance. Sorry, and the second part of your question was, can you just elaborate on that for me, please, Stanley?
The API part or the, openness, because this is more like a protocol, right? It's not necessarily only Zachary wallet can use this product. Maybe MetaMask can integrate with it for the cross-chain swap or things like that, or other wallet. So what's your plan in the future if other application would like to use your product in a more native ways? For example, provide their own UIs and let's say, for example, gaming, right? They probably want to, swap tokens and to another chain or provide liquidity or something like that. How they do they use your product in the futures in a programmatic way? Any plan for that?
Yes, that actually touches on our next step. So once we get layer 2 down packed, working smoothly, and we get the NFT functions implemented, then we have the mobile phone app. The second half of the year is focused on what we call the Zachary app chain, which touches on the BNB side chain as well. That's when we will integrate Zachary with various projects so that they can access Zachary's cross-chain interoperability through SDKs.
Mm-hmm.
And that way it's a pseudo way of providing each of them with privacy and cross-chain interoperability. So through SDK links, they'll be able to utilize Zachary to provide cross-chain interoperability for their assets and for their users. But the exact, so it will be a separate interface on top of this where you can open it, you can see all the games or the different apps that we are currently working with within the ecosystem. You can access them, you can interchange with their assets, there'll be cross-chain interoperability, and on their side, there will be, we're still on the fence whether on their side they'll see that, hey, there's a Zachary option, or would that be in the backend? So if their users, from their users' perspective, you'll feel like, yep, we have the cross-chain interoperability without knowing that it's through a third-party SDK, if that makes sense.
All right. Thank you, Jerry, for sharing much more about Zachary, for the demo, for answering the questions. Congrats again, Zachary, for winning Revelation's Innovative Infrastructure track. And thank you as well to Mo from Seller and Stanley from Anchor. Thank you all for being here. So that sums up our very first ever BNB Chain Revelation Hackathon and Summit. It was been a long day. I felt I said many congratulations. But thanks to amazing sponsors, builders, lead track owners, partners, judges, and most importantly, you, the amazing community of, again, developers and builders for making this a huge success. So we will be coming to you with more hackathons. As you've heard earlier, we'll be kicking off in about a month's time, the next version of it, and many more physical events, online, master classes, fireside chats for the rest of the year. So if you haven't already, follow us on Twitter at BNB Chain and join our Discord community, discord.com/invite/BNB Chain, so you don't experience FOMO and you can join us as we build towards 1 billion users. So that's it for now. See you soon and take care.